so you don't forget.
So it says it is recording.
I'm glad everyone got the correct link. That was
a little scary there.
Panic for a moment there. Yep, that was good.
Okay. And Maura is with us today as well. She'll be joining on in just a minute. And there she is. And she will be mostly monitoring the chat today.
Hello, everyone.
So, I know it is nerve-wracking whenever there's something new. So it is time for us to start. So welcome back to Supported Writing and Editing with Rooted in Language. I'm Rita Sabasco. As most of you know, I'm a speech language therapist with many decades of years of working with kids who struggle with reading and writing. What we are talking about today is good teaching to use with all kids who are learning to read and write, whether they struggle or not. And I even would suggest that most of us struggle with learning to write, either because we were brand new at it or because we were in the process of learning the fundamentals of it. And even at this age, if you hand me some new format to master, I am going to be struggling. And even when I am engaged in writing in a format that I know, I want everyone to read it, edit it, help me along, give me word suggestions. There's so much to writing. So we are all learning, and we learn along with the students we teach as well. So joining me today, I have Claire Baker. So Claire's degree is in writing. She also has special training in working with kids with reading and writing weakness. And she works with me in my private practice as a tutor. And then Maura Krzyzanowski.
Hi.
Yes, she is also a speech and language therapist. And she also works with kids in my private practice. So we have our private practice where we all see kids directly, and then Rooted in Language is where we work to train educators and help educators who have home educators, traditional educators who work with kids who struggle with reading and writing. So welcome back today.
And I just wanted to say Tracy's here as well. She doesn't have her video on or anything, but she will be in the chat. So if you're tootling around in the chat and see Tracy pop up, she's there as well. So
right. We shouldn't forget Tracy. Yesterday we should have said happy birthday to Tracy.
True, we didn't say that on there.
It is a major force in Rooted in Language, and Rooted in Language wouldn't be where it is today without her and her tireless efforts on our behalf. So she is always in the chat in our classes, and she'll be glad to interact with you there.
I'm going to give just a little bit of housekeeping. I think Claire had already said at some point, or someone did, to select all panelists and attendees. If you're typing in the chat, it's a little drop-down menu. You can change it. I think it defaults to just the panelists, perhaps. So you'll want to do that if you want everyone to see your comments. And then additionally, as we go through today, if you were on live tomorrow, you may remember this. If this is your first live day, welcome, and just letting you know that if you have questions related to the content that we're specifically teaching on, or maybe some more complex questions. Honestly, when it comes to writing, almost every question is complex, but you can feel free to engage with each other in the chat. But content and complex questions should go in the Q&A folder. So if you hover on your screen, one of your options, it looks like little speechy bubbles and it says Q&A. If you click that, you can type questions in there. And that'll kind of catalog them and save them for us and enable us to go through those questions more methodically in a more detailed, focused way at the end, as opposed to trying to scroll back and wade through the chat, which we, for the most part, will, our Claire and Rita, who are going to do most of the teaching today, will not really be attending to, but I'll be in the chat trying to respond to some of your off-the-cuff comments as we go.
Right. And Tracy just wanted to let you know one of your comments was private, not all panelists and attendees. So I just wanted to give you a heads up before we get started to check that. I know Maura just did.
She's good. I don't know.
Okay, she's good now.
Yeah,
okay.
Everyone can check it for themselves.
Okay. So Maura is going to get us started today, and Claire will be running our slides.
Do you want me to go ahead and share more, or do you want anything?
Yeah,
else?
sure. So we are on our part 2 today. Oh, kind of went away there for a sec. There we go.
Should come back.
There it is. So we're starting on part 2, which if you guys remember, we stopped at page 23 yesterday. So in your I always forget, instructional plan, make sure you're on page 23. Everything that we covered yesterday was kind of introductory concepts, talking about these different ways we look at writing. And we talked a lot about how we have these levels of writing, which is more about the quantity of writing that your child is able to engage in independently, as in addition to these stakes of writing, which is a little bit more kind of like types of writing. So kind of reminding you of those 2 different concepts that we sort of have blended together here. And you can click, I think, to show them a slide that shows them again. Yeah. So there are our levels: writing level 1, 2, and 3. And everything we covered yesterday, besides kind of reviewing what some of that means, talking about, you know, the different kinds of writing we want kid engaging in and some of the strategies around that, was all level 1. So we got all the way through level 1, which was working on writing when you're at that stage of going from kind of letters, words to sentences. And we talked about how copy work is one of those types of writing that we want to be happening always across all levels. And then we also included within level 1 the first 2 stakes of original writing. So low stakes and middle stakes writing, and what that kind of writing would look like, and some strategies for you to use within working on both low and middle stakes original writing, as well as we talked a lot about copy work yesterday too, and give you some resources for where we talk about copy work even more. So that's kind of where we ended. And then I think at the very end, I don't know if we have a slide showing this again, but we talked about that ZPD chart. And helped you kind of, I know it was a little confusing. I'm not going to like do a lot of talking on it right now, because we are going to hit that several times again today with the writing level 2 and writing level 3, but getting this idea of there being kind of these various, you know, levels of high challenge competency, low challenge, low competency that we weave in and out of at any writing level to help kids be constantly exercising skills that are, you know, kind of building into what is safe and what is kind of shoring up those underlying foundations, as opposed to putting all their eggs in a big challenge basket, right? And we want them kind of doing in and out modes of that all throughout their school year all the time, and to start thinking about what that would look like at different levels and within different stakes type activities. So again, if you were like, well, that chart is, I mean, it's a big concept, it's kind of a lot to wrap your head around, and Rita and Claire are going to kind of dig back into that a little bit today as well, so we won't be leaving you high and dry there.
Yeah.
So today we're starting with writing level 2, just to let you guys know, on your page 23.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that's all the review slides we have, right?
We're on page 23. Maura's going to head off and be mostly helping in our chat today, but she will be back on to share some of her student samples with us. And do not fear, as we move forward and we show more and more examples, you'll gain more and more of a vision for what you're going for and what we mean by weaving in these different kinds of levels for students at different levels. So we are starting out in level 2. Now, if you remember, these are kids who are now writing sentences, and we're getting them more to the paragraph level, okay? So we, of course, as we said, always include intentional copy, what we call intentional copy work and dictation, and intentional editing within that, okay? We continue to practice this say it as you write skill. We continue to build into their phonics and spelling work, their grammar and mechanics work, the word study work, all that we dive into in different classes. And we are working toward them having a good 10 minutes of being able to tolerate 10 minutes of copy work. And again, that's not to say if your child's at this level, they absolutely will tolerate 10 minutes, but that is a goal. Okay, that's a goal of ours that we would like to get. And we also are starting to move into, usually at this level, kids are beginning to gain better skills in terms of some of those foundational phonics skills. And so we start to ask them to think more about the text and what it means and what it's saying. We start building in some comprehension here and having kids kind of spend some time talking about what they read. And again, we delve into that more thoroughly in our reading accuracy and comprehension class. But I just want you to have that sense here that this is what's going on in copy work. And we also include something that we call metacognitive thinking. So the metacognitive thinking is thinking about how you think, talking about how you talk, learning about how you learn. Okay, it's kind of stepping back and looking at ourselves as thinkers and learners. And so this student had to do some metacognitive work. Before I begin, number one, I need to read. Number two, I need to say my sounds out loud. Number three, I have to have my eyes only where I'm writing. This is rather important. We'll see kids who will have their eyes on the text that they're reading, their pencil on the paper where they're writing, and their eyes are not on the paper, okay? Because they're really not using sounds and holding what words look like in their head and using their working memory. Instead, what they're doing is they're just kind of copying letter by letter. So this student had to work on that particular skill. So we needed to include it in the list, okay? And we have to do COPS every time and talk about what are her personal goals or his personal goals for writing, and to try to be careful and neat, okay? So you'll see this student is writing at this level. Handwriting is still a problem. Handwriting's still weak. Spelling is still weak, but we're not going to wait on all that. We're just going to try to, have work that he can have success with, no more than 3 errors at this level in terms of copy work. Can we have the next slide, Claire?
Yeah, I just actually real quick wanted to make a comment about the metacognitive idea and this kind of before I begin list, because we're gonna touch on metacognition a couple times today as well. And I guess a couple things to note. The first is that the before I begin list, you might notice, does not match the handwriting of the actual copy work. So it indicates that probably someone else.
I think 2 different samples too. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that could be true. No, I mean, that is their passage that they're copying there. But so the before I begin may have been written by like a parent or the educator or whatever it might be. But that doesn't mean the child is not involved in that conversation, right? So it's not just, I'm going to go over here and make a list of everything you need to do, and then I'll come back and tell you. It's a joint conversation that's happening together. And it kind of goes back to that from last time, that Inkling slide that had the sort of rules of copy work. This little mini version references some of those and makes it a little more personal, because of Rita's comment about the third thing on the list. You know that is an error this student likes to make. And so the errors are informing kind of how we're going to deal with it. And so we're personalizing this little conversation and this little list and this reminder of how copy work is going to then happen.
Right. So you're right. We want it to be personal, and we want as much of those goals to be generated from the student, right? And that right there is a metacognitive process, okay? The other thing we did here is we're beginning to have some copy work also support maybe what might become a writing project. So we might begin to have the copy work be some informational text, some areas where the student is interested. In this case, this was still really at a good reading level for him, but he also wanted to kind of branch out a little bit now and was able to branch out now in the text. Okay, and then in this one, what I want you to just also see is that we're doing copy work with, and also always encouraging self-editing first, and then students come and show me their work. But we were encouraging copy work with science, as you saw before with some of the bug work that was being done, and then also copy work with literature. He was reading a book called Beast Quest. This was at a reading level that he could, that was a working, good reading level for him. He could read it out loud with pretty good accuracy. Still needed some help, but was able to be pretty successful with this level of text. And so then we were beginning to work on copy work moving to this level. Now, that's not to say everyone who's in level 2 is going to move beyond controlled text. And controlled text is when the text is solidly controlled for whatever phonics and spelling level the child is at. We don't always do that, but this might be a level where we could do that, okay? And let's see, did I cover everything I wanted to say? Oh, and just absolutely remember, we never skip the editing, ever, 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 ever skip the editing. And kids will bring me work and I'll say, it doesn't look like you edited this. And you could see that on the one on the right, that there, I don't know that he had done editing yet. It wasn't evident to me. So he had to show me what he edited.
Right. I just want to clarify a quick point because you made a comment about controlled text, and I'm not remembering if last session, if we got into the difference between controlled and non-controlled or uncontrolled text. Not to go into it to elaborate here, but to provide a little bit more information that controlled text is controlled for phonics at whatever reading level or writing level the student is at. That does not necessarily reflect the amount of writing the child can do, right? So if we're at this, like, we're at level 2, so remember we're talking about the amount of writing that can be done, but they might need to still have heavily controlled phonics text, or they might be at a level where, or at an ability or a skill stage where they don't have to be working in controlled text anymore, that they could just have, you know, a passage from a piece of literature and be able to read it independently and copy it with those minimal errors. So again, it is confusing because there's a lot of layers going on, right? We're talking about types of writing and stages and levels and all kinds of different things.
Right.
But we have to kind of keep in mind the difference between the amount and kind of the stamina for writing that a student has versus the actual content ability that they have.
Right. So an example of a controlled text, just to elaborate a little more, just to give you a helpful example. If I have a student who has only learned short vowel sounds and has only learned long vowel sounds, but only knows the silent E, hasn't learned these other vowel teams that can represent long vowel sounds, then their copy work passage would only be this piece of text that has short and silent E spellings in it, short vowel sounds and silent E spellings. That's called controlled text because it's controlled for the phonics level. But it's different than, sometimes you'll hear people talk about, well, what's leveled text? That's just kind of this arbitrary decision. This is grade 1 reading. This is grade 2 reading. This is grade 3 reading. So sometimes you'll pick up books that say those kinds of things. That all that, whenever we're picking text for copy work, your number 1 rule is, can this child successfully read it? And do they have enough knowledge to successfully spell it for dictation? And that's the way we pick what text we pick for copy work. Okay, so sometimes you might be tempted to just say, hey, we're learning about this other thing, let's just start doing that now. But actually the student may need more time. And we're going to come back to that because we're going to show you an example of an older student who's still using controlled text, even though he's an older student, and why we make those choices. Okay.
Absolutely. Okay.
Okay. It is a problem sometimes when you're picking a copy work program, by the way, that has you pick a read aloud story. So the read aloud story is not going to build into the same skills that we're talking about. We're talking about these very specific skills. And when you're having to rely on a book that you have to read aloud, that means the child can't read it. That means it's not a good choice for copywork for our purposes and what we believe, how we believe you advance writing through copywork. Okay. All right. So the next page we're going to move to is page 24. And we need to make a correction on this page. It has an error. So I'd like you to take your pen, and at the top of that page, it says writing level 1 from letters to sentences. That is an error. This is writing level 2 from sentences to paragraphs. So we have the wrong heading over this page. Okay? This is a continuation. We're working in writing level 2. Kids who are working from sentences to paragraphs. We've talked about copywork, and now we're talking about low stakes writing. And if you remember, we said before, copywork has this like integrated editing that goes on all the time. Low stakes writing, by contrast, has very occasional editing. And that's a really, really important thing to keep in mind as we talk about what actually defines low stakes, because my child keeps growing and some things are getting easier, and you're going to see we're going to kind of be talking about, you know, 4 different students, what's low stakes. Okay, so low stakes, if you remember, when we're talking about stakes, we're now talking about original writing. Okay, kids are actually forming their own sentences. Even if it's on an idea that's right in front of them, they're forming their own sentences in writing, okay? So now they're writing in bigger bits and pieces. They're writing in sentences, not just words and phrases, and we're moving them up to writing in bigger bits and pieces of paragraphs. That's our goal, okay? So we're progressing from sentences to paragraphs. Our goal here is we use a lot of free writing. The technique of free writing is a technique we use. Those of you who are familiar with Brave Writer are probably familiar with free writing. But basically what we tell kids when we're going to do free writing is we say, our #1 goal is for you to get your ideas from your head out through your hands onto the paper, okay? That's our goal. We don't want any other goals to stand in the way of that goal of you getting your ideas down. So when you're free writing, you don't have to worry about everything being perfect. You don't have to worry about spelling. You don't have to worry about grammar. You don't have to worry. We just want your ideas down. This is just your own personal writing. We're not worried about anything except we are just really interested in what you have to say. And this ability to get what you have to say out on paper. Sorry.
It kind of makes me laugh to hear that, because having had this conversation with many kids, it can be very difficult to get them into that mindset and that position, right? That everything you write does not need to be perfect, that it can be garbage, right? That's okay. It's totally fine. We're just trying to get thoughts out. And so there is sort of almost like the art of the free write. There's kind of this mental state that you have to get to and practice to get there. It's definitely, I have run into the mistake, and I know people have, of like, yeah, we're going to do a free write on this topic, and there's no response, right? And nothing gets written down. So
right. And you know, it's like any range of activities. This is just one of the strategies we use. So it doesn't mean everything they write is a free write and we never care. And when we really move among these stakes, kids learn that, right? So it's not, what we just say is right now, what we care about are your ideas. And when we really care about your ideas and those are a priority, we have to make other things not a priority. But when I'm working on copy work, now what's the priority? The priority now is good spelling, good penmanship, that it's neat, that, you know, it was edited correctly. Then we have a whole bunch of different goals, and kids begin to understand that this writing activity has one goal, this writing activity has another. And when you feel really good about that and you know where you stand with that, you don't have to be afraid of, is my kid going to be stuck in free write forever? Well, if it's all you ever do, then the answer is yes. But if you do a variety of writing tasks and free write is only one of them, then the answer is no, okay? And our kids get really, really used to this. Oh, free write, okay, got it. We will occasionally edit, especially if we're working in partnership writing. We're going to show you some examples of that, okay? And our partnership writing, we told you that some of the strategies we use, you find in our Sticky Ideas activity packet. So we have a slide for you now.
Oops, sorry.
That's okay.
There we go.
There's a little bit of a lag when you share the screen, so I always have to wait till it comes up because it probably needs to come up for everyone. So that might be a little slower than what you see. So our Sticky Ideas, the goal first is we may generate a list of topics to write about. Now, sometimes we already know a topic, but sometimes we're generating a list of topics. And we like to do this on Post-it notes. We like to have kind of this first time we start teaching these strategies, when we first start doing them, we like them on Post-it notes. It gives a sense of a bit and piece. It gives kids some freedom. But also, as we're writing things down, this might be a place, just so you know, where I may actually fix some spelling so that what kids have in front of them as a topic has the spelling that I want them to see and practice. So one of the things we know about our brains is the more we engage in a pattern, the more that pattern becomes more solid and kind of automatic, right? So if we're going to be spending a whole time working on a topic about a boat trip, I would really like it if the word boat, every time it is written, begins to make the right pattern of the right spelling, okay? So just keep that in mind. This doesn't mean hands off. It just means be careful, okay? So we have this list of topics. We choose one topic, and we might save the others for another writing day, okay? And so we only pull out that one. And it's just this way of helping kids see, like, this is a bit. I can handle this, okay? And now we might start to generate some ideas on that topic. And again, we might be picking words. We might be picking phrases. And sometimes this is where, as in terms of partnering, where I might write some of the words, so I'm sure the spelling's right. Or we may, and you'll see this example later too, the student may write it, but we might make sure that it's copied from some source where he or she can get the right spelling down on these Post-its, okay? So we use Post-its or keywords to help getting kids going from, hey, this represents what a sentence would be, and I'm going to put a bunch of these together and make a paragraph. So can we go to the next slide? So I did this with a student. We were talking about the fact that this student wanted a puppy. And this is very low stakes writing. We didn't do a lot of editing. We used our Sticky Ideas. The topic was wanting a puppy. We used wanting a puppy as kind of our intro Post-it. And then this student had come up with some things about the puppy that they would really like that they could hold them, what they think they could do with it, and what they were supposed to, you know, how they were going to end, okay? And the ending, you know, not elaborate. He will be cool. But what happens here at this stage, now remember we're in this transition, is if I just said to this student, write me a paragraph, it would be like, yeah, no, can't do that, right? But the student knows they can write some sentences. And when I start to break them up in this way, the student actually is writing what is a paragraph, only it doesn't look like it, okay? So it's,
I'm sorry.
you know, a strategy to get that more solid. And I think I have another slide here.
Yeah, I wanted to add to this a little bit too, commenting again on the partnering that's happening here, that it's Rita's handwriting on the Post-it notes, but the student's handwriting on the paper. And this is, like she said, she's commented on a few different ways to partner at this level. One being like, I'll write down the words that I know you want to spell correctly, or I know I want to see spelled correctly over and over again. if there's really, really complex words, right, that they might need support with, we might go that way. But this is another one that's actually slightly different than what she said before, where sometimes the idea generation is a lot, right? They have to spend a ton of energy on just coming up with what the little topics are. And so asking them to also write them, knowing that they're going to be writing later, might be too much. So I will write the topics that you came up with, because I know that then I'm going to hand you the pen again to do more idea generation. So sometimes it's just too much of a requirement on, too much of a mental strain to have idea generating and writing and more idea generating and more writing.
And, we always want to ask ourselves, why? Why is that happening, right? So for some kids, it could be just coming up with ideas is really hard and is a lot of work. And so we want to help them create and get those few ideas, and then they can write them, right? It's the actual getting it in their head and coming up with ideas, and they need conversation around that. But if we just had a conversation and said, now go write, it would be lost again, right? For some kids, it's because of working memory. Like, I know that we just had this conversation and we had things to talk about, but and I didn't have any problem coming up with ideas. But now that I'm writing, I'm having some working memory problems, and I'm not including everything we talked about, okay? The other problem could be that if kids have dyslexia or dysgraphia, the cognitive load of just trying to read and write and spell is so high that they're too overwhelmed by the task, and they need it broken up, and they need lots of support, and they need to see, oh, I only have 4 parts. Kids who have ADD, they might be like, yeah, I'm just like not hanging with this. And part of what we try to get kids to do is have, kind of what we call task perseverance, right? So it just has 4 parts. Hang with me here. We got look, you did 4 parts. Awesome. Great job. And having those Post-its helps them kind of mark those spots on the course that they know they have to hit, and they're almost done. And sometimes when I have kids like that with ADD, we actually then kind of will pull it off the paper and move it aside. Like, got that one done, and now this one's done. So they have that satisfaction that I'm hanging with this task, I'm getting it done. So be aware, there's a lot of different reasons why you need this and should use it, and it could be different for every child.
Yep, and it can
strategy all the way around.
Yeah, it can expand and contract depending on, the student's level and their ability and their perseverance for it. And you will hit that wrong sometimes, right? I have definitely done that with students that I feel like you can do 4 parts and I totally misjudged it, right? You can actually only do 2 today. Or the opposite, I think you can do 4 parts and it's actually, you probably could have done 6 or 7 parts, right? Mm-hmm. So there is a little bit of that kind of feeling it out, like we've talked about. It's not a clear-cut black and white answer that every student is 4 parts, right? No, it's a whole mix of things. And so being flexible and willing to kind of come and go depending on what's going on can also help.
Right. So the other thing is another strategy, and actually we did a Facebook Live talking about using keywords. It was the 5 keywords or 5 phrases to get kids to write. And in this case, we were using some keywords that we were generating about Autumn and what was going on with her with Autumn. And then she had her keywords and she was able to, then begin to write a few sentences in a row using those keywords to kind of help her think about what she wanted to say and having those words in front of her. If you notice, she's still only writing a couple sentences. We don't just go from sentence to paragraph overnight, right? We're building up their writing muscles and their confidence at the same time, okay?
Okay. So then we move into middle stakes, and I'm shifting to page 25 in your instructional plan. And as we said last time, middle stakes can be sometimes tough. It's a little bit harder to measure this middle zone. And we tend to, like to be pulled to the extremes, right? Of always hanging out in low stakes or always hanging out in high stakes. And so this middle zone can sometimes be difficult to really hammer out. Remembering again that middle stakes is this kind of pseudo audience that we're creating, right? We have a safe audience. We have this small sense of putting it out there, but not at a high level. It is very informal still, but we're starting to introduce a little bit of that editing more so than we had in the low stakes arena. And I love the phrase, it's on this slide and it's on page 25 as well, that kind of the goal of middle stakes writing is that you're providing a vision without perfection. That you're going for a thing, right? We have a product, we have maybe, if you want to think about project, but it's not this perfect performance, massive, display kind of thing. So there's a little bit of this goal that's kind of hanging out in front of you. This is what we're going for, a vision, but we are not expecting this level of perfection or this level of intense editing that would pull something to a higher stake.
Well, and I just wanted to interject here, Claire, if I could, that, this might look pretty perfect. This student actually used whiteout and had some spelling issues and things like that. There are going to be neat kids and artistic kids, and everything they put together, even if we're calling it middle stakes, is going to look really good. And then there are going to be kids who have a lot of handwriting problems. Things are all over creation. And we're saying, hey, we hit perfection, high stakes, and it's not going to look as good, right? So don't just think kind of the theory of what we're talking about, not just how it looks.
Yes, okay? Exactly. Yeah, that's a really good point with this example in particular, because it is so organized. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about, my own work, if it was something that had like an artistic thing going on, because I love to draw and I love to build and create, that if it had that kind of aspect, I would dedicate a lot of time and effort to that, even if it was still middle stakes, even if it was still like just going on the fridge and not becoming some, big thing. But I would want it to be at this level just for my own personal, my personality, my interests, right? So it's very personal, again, kind of coming back to that idea. But one of the things that can happen at this middle stakes level is you can get a sense of kind of increasing thrill, increasing interest in writing activities, because you're moving beyond just a personal realm, or what could be just a personal realm in lower stakes, and adding that little bit of risk that comes at this higher level. And so with a little bit more risk comes that little bit more reward as well. So you can explore kind of new areas, new types of projects, new types of writing, start to understand and learn different ways of doing things. In this example, right, this is a lap book or like a little project folder on a specific topic. I think it's the topic of like the throat and mouth, and vocal cords and everything, voice box. So it's an area maybe that the student is interested in, and they get to, learn about, research, dive into it at this middle, low risk but higher reward kind of area. The thing to kind of keep in mind too about like lap books in particular with this kind of example is you can go to a high stakes level, and we'll talk more about this later. It has the potential to go higher, to be more edited, to be more finished. And it can often feel like we want it to go that way. So kind of reminding yourself that it can stay in this middle zone. Yes, Maura.
There was just a comment about kind of resources we may have, and I was kind of trying to remember what all we have out there, so I thought you two could comment it on as well, for a schedule of kind of how often to hit on these different kinds of things each week/month, like days of copy work versus free writes, and incorporating this kind of low, middle, high stakes original writing work. I had mentioned that we have a couple blogs that talk about some scheduling ideas for those things. So if you go on our website and go to the resources page, it'll connect you to our Twigs blog, and we have a few blogs about that. But any other comments you had on that? I said in the Roots and Twine class, we really give a lot of schedule information for incorporating copy work. But in terms of original writing, any comments there?
So I was wondering if maybe we could wait till we get to our video, because that was kind of a nice example of incorporating different things over the course of some time. But I think that's a great question, and one that hopefully as we give some demos, we'll keep in mind and see if we can be giving examples for our
As you go through.
Good?
Good idea. And we can touch on it again in the Q&A too. If someone wants to put it there as well, we can talk a little more in depth there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's great. Yeah, that's a very valid question. So anyway, in this middle stakes spot, like I said, we're kind of exploring different styles of writing or different kind of structures of writing. And this can often be a good area to introduce structural ideas, like introducing what a chart is and introducing how to organize thoughts on a chart is great in this kind of space, because you're sort of forcing organization by what it is, right? If you're making a T-chart, it has to be organized in a certain way. And that can be a good exposure to those ideas and how to then use them across different subjects, across different styles of writing, which we'll get more into later on. But, you know, what the purpose of a chart or a graph or, you know, organizing like this in a lab book, kind of what it can do for you and your understanding of something. It can also be a really great place for developing kind of creative writing, can live in this middle stakes. A lot of times we do think of creative writing as very personal and can start out in that low stakes. And that's true for a lot of kids. They do not want to share. I know I didn't when I was a kid. I still don't as an adult. I don't want to share my you know, creative writing, the stories I'm making. But it can allow for that when they cross into, you know, now I want to share this, you know, I want to read it to my mom or share it with my siblings or whatever it might be. And so you can introduce that very low level, that's semi-polished, starting to, you know, maybe putting it in a, you know, a little mini book or that tiny bit of editing when you have those opportunities can be really great for that kind of personal writing side of things. Sorry, let me go. The thing to, of course, keep in mind about middle stakes is that it is limited editing. That is the big thing that differentiates it from high stakes, is that if we have a lot of writing, if we have this sentence paragraph level of writing, we might not actually be editing all of it. And in fact, to keep it at middle stakes, we shouldn't be editing all of it. So this is a really nice example of, I think it was kind of a part of a page, maybe half a page of writing. And this is very zoomed in on 2 sentences or maybe 3 sentences I see. So not the entire page and not even this entire chunk. They did a little bit of spelling work on a couple, like you see the word heard off to the side. They probably talked about its relation to the word hear and adding this D past tense. The word noise, messing with the spelling of that, talking about that, and the word one. So we kind of have 3 good spelling examples that were pulled out, and then some grammar editing that was only done on 2 of these 3 sentences. Actually, I guess it's 1 sentence with the and in between. So 1 sentence was edited for grammar, not the entire chunk, and definitely not the entire page. So you can take any amount of writing and zoom in and keep it in this middle stakes space, because I'm not going to exhaust my student. I'm not going to beat them down by going, we're going to do grammar editing on the entire paragraph, and then they run away screaming. Instead, we're keeping it in this safer arena because I can give you a chunk. It's just like kind of the Post-it note idea. We're dealing with just a bit, just a piece of the whole. And so we can start to learn, we can practice skills, we can do everything that's all good toward better writing, but in these bite-sized, very manageable pieces.
And in this situation, this student was doing these weekly story retellings. And so we were letting a lot of that go, you know, letting a lot of it just be low stakes writing that we didn't have a lot of corrections on. And then just periodically, I would pick out, in this case, I was wanting to work on the grammar of that particular sentence structure. And so we kind of honed in on that. And while we were at it, we, you know, maybe fixed up some spelling or whatever. But we just really let everything else go on that page. So it just started to have to move, to shift a little bit. She knew that this ongoing story retelling was going to get a little look, you know, but not, they get edited like crazy every week. Okay.
Right. And this is one of those places where, you know, when you see things happening in copy work, like they never, you know, miscapitalize a word in copy work at the beginning of a sentence, but they do every time in their personal writing or any time in their original writing. This is one of the spaces where you can start to affect change, right? With this limited application of editing, and the editing that's happening in copy work, obviously also going on. But when you're not sort of threatening to edit everything, because that is how it can feel, right, for the student. Instead, it's, you know, these little tiny places, and you can start to actually see them applying it themselves after that, which is really cool. Along those same lines, with this limited editing, that's a hard phrase to say. Limited editing. One of the big things it does is that it inspires ownership in their writing, which speaks to what I was just saying about they can start to do things on their own as well, and they'll start to actually apply the skills that they're really solidifying. So in this particular example, the student was writing a free write and then went back and underlined the words that he thought he had misspelled. So this is putting first in their hands, going, all right, you wrote it, we're going to do a little editing, but you have to start, right? You think you maybe misspelled some things, why don't you mark everything that you thought? And hopefully they don't mark the entire page, right? We know they have confidence in some of the things they've written, but he went through and marked, and then that gives you two together the opportunity to do this partnership, kind of going word by word that they marked, and saying, okay, you thought you spelled ride wrong. Let's talk about it. We maybe even, oh, it's this long I. You actually got that one right. That's awesome. And let's move to the next one, right? And so when you encounter then one that they do struggle with, something like we have the word suspension on there, which is a massive word and has some unexpected elements in it, you can really help them with it, and they know they didn't spell it right. I think this thing happens often when we're writing. We know when we don't spell things correctly. And so you have the opportunity to now pick and choose and kind of do these exact hits, little targets of what you can work on.
So if you notice, that was in my handwriting, the word suspension, and amazing, because then the student was just giving me the sounds and I was representing the spelling, because that was above their level, which is an important thing to keep in mind. And we're going to talk about that more.
Yeah. Whoops, sorry. At this middle stakes level, the other thing that can start to happen is very transitional. Middle stakes can help with transitions in a lot of ways, as can high stakes. But we're in this sentences to paragraphs phase, which, like we talked about last time, is a huge range, right? This is a massive spectrum of students who are only able to put down 1 or 2 sentences all the way to maybe a couple paragraphs. And so as we're moving along this continuum, some of this middle stakes writing can really assist with that. And specifically, partnership writing and several strategies for partnership writing are key in moving our students along that continuum. So in this example, it's actually Maura and her student are sharing writing about the book Sarah Plain and Tall. So they're getting into a little bit of analysis, right? A little bit of deeper digging, what's going on. And in this case, for this student, she has trouble coming up with the actual sort of content, right? She has more of an expressive language difficulty and needs help bolstering those skills. So even though physically, like handwriting wise, she could write up to a paragraph, she doesn't have the content to support that. And so we want to come in and help get them to that level. So we do this partnership back and forth. So it's kind of, I write a sentence as the educator, you write a sentence as the student. And we trade back and forth until they ended up with 2 pretty solid paragraphs, right? A lot of writing actually came out of this. And the student feels a lot of ownership because they were just as involved in the process as you were, and if not more so, right? They're maybe more involved than you are. Partnership writing like this can be tricky. It can be hard as the educator to not just write down all the thoughts and your student then has nothing else to say. So there are kind of tricks to it, and it does take some practice to get there. Kind of a couple of our, I guess, tips on how to do this kind of thing is to write things that are kind of half of a thought. So it leaves something for the student to write. I'm going to read you the first 2 sentences are a really good example of this. So Maura wrote, Anna now loves her brother Caleb, but she found it hard when he was first born. Which kind of leaves you with this like, well, why, right? Or because it's kind of a half completed idea. And Audrey, the student, picked right up on that and feels that gap, right? And so starts her sentence with, because her mom died when she had Caleb, and it was very hard for Anna. So we get this, I started it, you can finish it, right? So it's almost, you're kind of either writing the reason or the conclusion and kind of leaving the other one for your child to write. So it's kind of this partial information. Can really leave things open-ended and help them get more ideas. And the more you practice this, and the more your student practices it, they will actually kind of do the same thing to you back kind of by accident, and it really gets rolling.
I was just going to comment that for kids who have a hard time knowing how to elaborate, you get a lot of good modeling. We do this for a while with kids, this modeling of partnerships so that they have a sense of, oh, this is what it means to elaborate. I might have just said, Anna doesn't like her brother, or now Anna likes her brother. No background, no change. How did it happen? And that's the kind of thing we can go back and talk about. Like, look, instead of just saying this, look how much more information we gave about that. Mm-hmm. And so that's another value of this, to go back to that metacognitive piece and look at it later with the student.
Yeah, and this kind of strategy, as Rita just said, but to kind of go off of it a little bit, can be used at any level, at any writing amount, right? If we want 1 paragraph out of this, like, I just want the 2 of us to sit down and get a solid paragraph, right? At kind of 3 to 5 sentences. We can do that in partnership like this. If I want us to get a whole page, like Maura did with her student here, we can do that in partnership, right? I've done this with older high school students too, even college students, right? Where they're struggling with getting the amount, the content that they need for, big analysis kind of papers. And we can start in this partnership so that I can model very much so and help them get just the amount that they need. Right, so very, very useful there. Excuse me. On page 26, yes, on page 26 of your instructional plan, I just wanted to note these really quickly. There are 3 of our instructional materials that are shown there. We have letters to, explore a story, and observational cartoons. All 3 of those, along with sticky ideas that Rita had mentioned earlier, are really great things that can be used in this middle stakes. There's partnership, there's sharing. You can add that limited editing, but they all have these nice kind of little activities that can work in bits and pieces, work with sharing, to grow content, to grow modeling, to grow skills all across. So I just wanted to mention those really quickly. Okay. The next couple slides, I just want to go through quickly to show some examples of middle stakes writing kind of projects. When I think about these like semi-polished projects, and these crack me up because I am involved in all of them, even though they're from mostly Maura's homeschool. Even though we weren't homeschooled together, I'm still there. There's pictures of us both. There's proof. But all of these are sort of completed in the sense that they are little books or little binders or things that have kind of an almost officialness to them, but they are still very personal in terms of their audience. I believe the photos and everything kind of on the left were just a pure family thing, this lived on the coffee table kind of thing. And so there's a little bit of editing that you might do with it, because that mom and dad are going to see it, maybe the grandparents are going to see it when they come over, and so you want things to be nice, but it's not that heavy, every single thing gets looked at. The thing on the right actually was something Maura and I did together for fun as kids. I think it's a Salami magazine. And so we weren't planning on sharing it with anyone. It was just a pure, like, we're having fun, we're very entertained, but we wanted to mimic a professional magazine. And so there's this level of, even though the audience is just ourselves and maybe our parents, that sense of exploring a different writing style or exploring a new organization leads you to, oh, we want to check and make sure stuff is spelled correctly, or we want to cut things out really well or draw stuff well. And so it really lands right in that middle stakes area.
Right. No parent actually intervened on what you saw on the right there. It was just kind of produced by them, but they actually raised the stakes themselves. And some of you may have kids like this. And, I just want to say, what's going on there? Lots of good writing, right? Now, if you read it, I mean, there may be all kinds of crazy stuff in there, or there may be some misspellings. For all we know, they didn't know how to type enough then to get it typed up. So that might have gotten corrected by the computer. But the whole point is, no, we really weren't doing anything but oohing and awing and being the audience. And because they presented it, and that was all self-motivated, but because there was an audience, they raised the stakes, right? Mm-hmm. If they were sending it in, it would have gone even higher, to some publishing company or something. But what went on in the left was just something I planned on a regular basis, that the kids would get photographs, and they could choose from photographs, and they would get photo albums, and they would create and kind of tell stories about what was going on and their own little memoirs. And through that, they had that sense that I've created something that will kind of have an audience. It goes from that personal to somebody's going to look at it because I'm going to share it. And it had that little bit of a sense of, finished, because there was an album that it went into. So, this is just the way that this wasn't, they just knew they needed to say, fill in that card with some information. But there's a whole page there they didn't have to write. They just ended up getting these little paragraphs here and there. But the whole project itself really encouraged more writing, right?
And I do want to say with this, and then we have another slide too that follows that actually I'm going to go to that has more samples of this. There's a combination of typing and handwriting that we're showing, which I think is dependent on a couple things. One is kind of the nature of the project. Like the Salami magazine, I can tell you, Maura and I were obsessed with doing Word-based projects like Microsoft Word and having fun on the computer. So that determined the fact that we were typing all of it. And it was totally controlled by us. But as an educator, kind of creating some of these things, it's also dependent on your goals and maybe the age and kind of skill level of your student. That if you're at a level where you really want to be practicing their handwriting, and that's what you're focusing on, and that's your goal, then saying that, yeah, maybe most of this being handwritten is really important. And maybe you can type some of it, or this is entirely handwritten for this specific item. Or vice versa, right? If we're actually going to practice typing because we're learning it, or, we're building our computer skills. So for this project, they're all typed, right? And I think there's actually in the middle picture there, it's a book of poems, and that's typed. There's a sense of sort of professional publication to it, even though it's much, much more personal. So probably practicing some of that formatting and typing skill that goes along with that skill and age level of where they were at that time.
And we studied, some of you have heard me tell this story. We studied poetry every January, and we not only studied it, but we wrote some poems. And then there was this poetry book created for my husband's birthday, which is at the end of January. So what happened is every year that book was added to, and it was represented to him as a gift, and there were new poems in it. So in the beginning, kids, it was all in handwriting. I think it starts out in print, and then you see cursive, and then you see typing, you know, and because that's an ongoing project, that a poem at least got added every year. Usually there were a couple. That sense of it being ongoing and coming back to it, for me, made planning so much easier. January was poetry month. We all knew it. We were going to dive in. We were going to write some poems, right? So I didn't have to like do a lot of planning, nor did I always have to think of the new way to make it special. It already had been created there. And so one year on the right, what you see is a picture. My daughter thought, well, poor mom, she never gets poems. So for my birthday, she had done some watercolor wash with Tracy in art class, and she wrote, I think in ink, you know, a poem for me and matted it. So, you know, you just realize that you can have these different kinds of writing that are in bits, and the bits in this case might be from year to year, right?
This is a very zoomed out perspective, right, of this.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we're going to have more conversation, and definitely do in other classes as well, about that scheduling idea. And this is a very big picture, right? That kind of,
right.
This is a month, this is a year-to-year activity. And I love the fact that it leads to ownership, in the sense of, you know, Emma goes out and decides she's going to do this, right? That speaks to like what Maura and I did with the magazine, that you practice skills, but also built ownership within something, that she now feels like she can raise the stakes and do this on her own and really pursue something. That's really great skill building and independence building as well.
Right. So even the girl I used as my example in the prior session about level 1, when she was just learning invented spelling to create original sentences, she went off on her own and was writing sentences. That's our goal, that we teach a skill, we practice it enough that they get some automaticity, and then they're doing some of that on their own. And when they're not doing it on their own, that's a signal that we probably need to go back and build up that skill, build up the thrill a little bit more to get it going. Maybe do more partnering in this kind of level that we're talking about right here, right?
Absolutely. Which of course brings us to high stakes.
High stakes. You could see we're transitioning. That looked like pretty high stakes when you have a book that is given as a gift, right?
Which actually, I feel like is a good point, that sometimes you can end up in this sort of like, I'm not really sure if, and even we were debating, right? Like,
Right.
Does that one belong in high or middle, right? Because that is the nature, again, of writing, this not clear cut thing. Well, sometimes I meant for it to be middle stakes, and then because of something I did or because of something my child did, suddenly it's like, whoop, now we're up here. Okay.
Yeah, right. And you know, that can be driven by time, circumstance, and the student. You know, if you know, when we first did the poetry book for Rick as a birthday gift, it wasn't going to be an annual event. It's because my kids wanted to do it again. I wanted to do poetry once a year. At the time, I didn't kind of know about poetry tea time, and I might have done it every Friday like people are doing now, but at the time I picked a month. Well, you know, when that came around again, the kids were like, well, let's add to Dad's book, right? So sometimes, you know, kids will raise the stakes because they're like, well, I love this. I want to show this to grandma. And so I want to do it over again, or do it better, or add pictures or whatever that are going to take this to that next level. And that's, you know, so that's how it can be high stakes. You could plan a high stakes, and you know what? This just took a long time. We ran out of time. We're not interested in this topic anymore. We're not going to go all the way to high stakes. We're going to stop at middle stakes. And, you know, that's okay, because everything has its benefit, right? You learn something in each of those. So that's the kind of cool part about it, is that you can be that little bit more flexible.
Very true. Very true.
Okay, so I think is this the one that Maura was gonna, oh no, I know what
So
this is.
yeah,
Okay.
we are now on page 27
Yes,
of
thank
your
you for
instruction.
orienting everyone as I was finding where I am. We have slide numbers here, but we can't see them anymore, so I just wanted to make sure I knew where I was. So if you notice on high stakes, we talk about high stakes has a lot to do with elaboration, organization, and complete editing. And then I use complete in quotes because sometimes we're going to talk a little bit about being gentle with that. But basically, you're getting to whatever is an appropriate, age-appropriate definition of a polished project, okay? And again, your really neat child, no matter what they do, it's gonna look polished. And your child who's here, there, and everywhere, no matter what you do, it's not gonna look as polished as you want, okay? And that's okay. It's just that sense that this has kind of gone to the next level. So this is really kind of a neat one, because it was a word investigation, which is nice, kind of loop into, you know, an example of something we do with word study. And this was a student of Maura's, and they were talking about this definition of the word violence. And so if you notice, and on page 27, number 1, we say one thing we do is we kind of start with low and middle stakes kind of writing. So we may find ways to organize details and do some note taking. So we might use Post-it notes. In this case, Maura's working with this student online, and it's an older student. And what is she using? She's using highlighting, right? She's kind of designating that we're going to talk about the definition and parts of speech. We're going to give an opinion about the word. We're going to give an example sentence. We're going to give a word sum. We're going to give a history of the word. We're going to comment about its spelling and give an example. And we're going to end with this opinion, this kind of concluding opinion. And if you notice what was happening there, there was actually partnership writing. Sometimes she's typing, sometimes he's typing. They're working on a document together online. And this is really just sentences. When you look on the left there, I keep pointing as though you know where I'm pointing. On the left, what you see are mostly sentences, right? Now this is higher level work. This is an older student, but this student is still working from sentences to paragraphs, right? We're still at that level. So you see these bits and pieces of writing, and it's in partnership. So we're still on number 1 on page 27, and you see some organizing strategies going on, some sorting going on. And this is designated by these highlighted areas. And they're having metacognitive conversations about, these are all the different things when we do word study. These are the things we're going to be looking at, okay? They're certainly taking time, number 2, to explore the topic. No doubt about that. And they're giving opinions and they're associating ideas, okay? And so she was using, she's going to come in and tell us more, this to create and organize notes so that we can get some good paragraph writing here. Maura, you want to join in?
Yeah, sure. There were just some comments or some questions in the chat about exactly how this activity kind of came about. So I just figured I'd get on and comment rather than try to type it all. So Rita started out saying that this kind of came from initially doing a word investigation. So all the highlighted bits you see on the left was like over time. I don't think we did every single one of those pieces in one session, but we have a couple kind of worksheet type strategy things for you that we show when we in the word study class. That's kind of this sort of process of taking kids through investigating a word. And that was essentially what I was doing with this student here. And I just kind of made up my own version because I was working with them online, and handing them a worksheet wasn't really an option. So, you know, maybe for our one sit down, we maybe would have explored and done 2 to 3 of those, depending on what your kid can handle, maybe 4. I don't, he was older, so within an hour we could have gotten through a few. You'll notice like the first few don't take very much, but the last few require a little bit more writing on that left side. So, within the first lesson, we picked our word, we found a definition. He gave his opinion about that word because of his reason basically behind why he picked it. I just added that to have some other thing he wrote down, right? And then I gave an example of a sentence to generate a little bit of original writing, and then maybe I had him do a word sum, and that was probably one session. And then in the next session, we dug deeper and did, looking into the history of the word and taking notes on what we found, commenting about the spelling or was a tough one for him. I don't remember. Oh yeah, he just like had his opinion up top, and he kind of was had made a comment up there about the spelling, so that worked in both spots. And then writing an opinion about everything he had kind of discovered, that was tough, so he had to kind of work on that a little bit. It was kind of summarizing, what was sort of what I took away from looking into all of this. So that was all this little bits and pieces type work that could happen in one sit down or maybe several, depending on what your student can handle. And then Rita can comment on how it kind of became a high stakes. It ended up being sort of working towards a high stakes piece of writing.
But more before you go off. So how many weeks, you see him an hour a week, how many weeks would you say you worked on this probably?
The left side that was all the bits and pieces was probably at least 2 sessions, at least 2 weeks. And so for you guys, like that could have been, a Monday and a Wednesday or something within the same week, or maybe you let it take its time and every Monday you come back to this word thing you're working on or something like that. You could do it that way too. Like I only see him every week, so we did it on a Monday and then the following Monday or whatever. And that was 2 whole sessions just getting all his notes and little bits and pieces down about this word that we were exploring. And that was in the midst of doing lots of searching, and we were using word search resources that we talk about in the word study class and stuff like that. And so he was doing a lot of stuff kind of in the midst of jotting down those few sentences. And then we spent a couple weeks working on what you see on the right, which is his putting it all together. And
because it's highly edited, polished, not perfect, we're not gonna we're not writing the papers for the kids, right? It's still theirs. It's still a process, but because it went all the way to that level, even though it's not being put on a billboard, I don't want you to think that, high stakes always means I've made a presentation. It's just gone to that really high level of kind of editing and working through the whole process. So this could be a week-long project. But, the other thing to keep in mind is this was his main writing project, right? He didn't have 8 different writing projects he's juggling at one time. This became a writing project that he gave time to. And he's really weaving in, like if you're thinking, oh no, but this is high stakes and I haven't done enough low and middle. Well, there's a lot of low and middle always built into high stakes. That's the advantage when you turn something into a project. You usually have done some low and middle stakes along the way.
And just to comment, there was a question about, so was this activity helping the student, get the steps to then create a paragraph, right? Like, was I kind of helping him see that process? And that was the point of what we did on the left, to get to what we did on the right. The answer is yes and no. I could have left this at a middle stakes activity. In fact, I do many word study type things with students where all you see on the left is what we did. They did little bits and pieces. We kind of were looking at those elements and we left it there and we learned something about a word. But I recognized in this opportunity that, we hadn't actually done a high stakes thing in a while. So it was a good opportunity for me to then go, all this work we did at middle stakes, we can actually use to help us make something that's really, put together. That's this kind of completed piece of work. And so, when you put all that in a paragraph, you're practicing, in my opinion, what felt like kind of reportive type writing or summary type writing. And so he had the opportunity to do that here. And so that's why you see the editing goals in the middle. We picked a few editing goals that he was really going to kind of work on to fix up some of what his notes were, so that then it would be ready to put into a paragraph. And then even taking something that's sort of more in a note form and putting it into a paragraph is a skill. So that was, all part of the practice that was happening here. So was it all because I wanted it to be high stakes? It didn't actually start out that way. Halfway through, I sort of decided, you know what, I'm gonna have us take this to high stakes here.
Right. And, you know, and again, look at the confidence building. Like he had a lot of words to work with already. He didn't have to sit there and stare at the blank page. You know, he didn't have to say, oh, now what do I say? He already had a good sense. He'd done some work here. And then he was able to put together a paragraph, I'm sure very supported, right? Very supported still. Now he gains confidence. Like, oh, I wrote that whole thing. Look at that. So sometimes, you know, we always talk about, you know, who are you writing for? Sometimes kids are writing for themselves so they can show themselves that they can do it. You know, that's really an important piece of this. Claire, we've kind of been on slides for a while, so do you mind going back to faces
Absolutely.
just for recording purposes?
I was thinking that too, and I actually just wanted to comment in general because this is a similar concept, kind of what we're talking about, to a Brave Writer concept that Julie shares a lot about, of doing free writes and picking, like if you do 8 free writes, you pick 1 and take it to this edited level, or you're kind of picking and choosing the occasional one. That is something similar, especially with what Maura was just talking about, that, and what I was saying previously, that it's not everything, right? You can pick and choose the occasional project, and occasional meaning changes depending on the age and skill level and stamina and all that of your student. But it's not every project that has to go there, right? It's not even most projects that have to go there, right? It's some of them can then become this higher edited, high stakes result product.
Right. And remember some of our teaching principles. We have these very explicit ways we teach it. It's not just here's a free write, let's polish it up, and we'll just start doing some editing. Like there's some very explicit steps that we help kids with. We work to a level of success. So we have these very set ways, you know, these strategies that we use. So you're working, the child feels this level of success. That's our goal, right? That's what we're demonstrating. These kind of, you know, is it the same for every child? Not exactly the same, but we do tend to hold the same tools in our tool belt, right? So we're showing you some of that so you can apply it to whatever it is you are working with.
That's just an excellent point that had been mentioned earlier about, you know, this kind of like, there's so much here, I'm feeling overwhelmed, you know, what do I kind of do with all this? And what I want to remind you of is what Rita just said. All of what we're showing you are strategies, activities at these various different levels that are like tools for you to have in your tool belt, and you can employ kind of at any time and modify in different ways. And what we want is for you to kind of develop a sense of where your writers are at, you know, what are some of these next pieces you want to be building in, and what are some good ways for me to start trying to do that, some good strategies for that, some good activities for that. So pick a few things we've showed you and start doing them, you know, and when you're like, okay, now I see some ways maybe I needed to modify, this went well, this did not, what are some other things I could do? You can come back to these videos and pick up a few more tools and a few more ideas and employ some of those. You don't have to remember everything all at once, but as you do more and more, you'll have more kind of in the back of your head and in your tool belt, so that you can be kind of like me in that session where partway through I sort of made a decision, hey, I can turn this into, you know, a high stakes opportunity. It wasn't even something I had originally planned. I didn't spend 12 hours planning that activity before we did it. Mm-hmm. So kind of keep that in mind. That's the lens we want you to
yes.
keep.
And that is, oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to throw in this idea that I feel like we don't say enough across any of our classes, is this concept of like picking one thing, right? Because it is so overwhelming. It is a lot of stuff, but it's like, I understood this, I'm going to try this, right? And then when that becomes understood, I understood this, I'm going to try this. So.
Right. And you know, I have to tell you, I'll do partnership writing with the same student one day and it just doesn't seem to go anywhere. I don't know if it was the topic, was it the mood, what it was ever. And then I do partnership writing on another day with the same student and it's great. It might even be the same topic. So, so just, you know, watch a little bit when you're all done with this and you get the videos, watch a little bit for the level your child is at, do a little bit. Do it more than once. Do it a couple ways. Get a feel for it. Even be thinking to yourself, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to go too far with this because I don't want to stress myself out. But if I was going to, I could do this, right? So you're just beginning to become that kind of teacher who's sensitive to where are all the levels this student needs to help them be successful and keep them moving on this path, this journey, this writing journey that we have them on. And if they're still here and they need to be there, it doesn't mean we're just like, oh no, right? Instead, they're here and we're going to go here. And once in a while we're going to go here, but then we're going to come back here and get really comfortable. And then pretty soon we're here. And then pretty soon we're here, right? And that's the way we want you kind of thinking about this journey that's going on here. Okay. Yep. So when we write up all these things like remember this, remember that, we know you're not going to remember it all, really. But we want you to have something to look back on and really ponder and spend some time thinking about. And we don't want it to be all theory. So we're trying to show you some examples to put some skin on the ideas that we're talking about. But you know, sometimes those examples might overwhelm you a little bit. So we try to have a variety for that.
I just want to point out too, that a lot of what you see are like similar strategies being employed in sort of over and over in different ways at different levels. And like you know, a post-it note type commenting strategy, you know, can be used with 3 different children's books or whatever. And suddenly you've done it 3 times, but it looked different each time because it wasn't the same topic every time, right? But that strategy has tons of value, so you can use it a lot. Like, get the bang for your buck out of the strategy that you're seeing and just use it all the time in many different ways, modify slightly, whatever. You know, maybe this time you're writing on syllaboards instead of post-it notes or whatever, right? Like, you can have some play and some fun with that stuff, and that's part of what makes us look like we have 12,000 strategies to give you. A lot of them are spins on some similar concepts that we know are really beneficial for students.
One time partnership writing was by words with those syllaboards. Another time partnership writing was by sentence. Another time partnership writing might be by paragraphs or by notes, by note taking. It's still all partnership writing. We're still taking turns. We're taking some of the load off the student and meanwhile getting them a little more depth of thinking, you know, modeled for them along the way, right? So you're right about that. That's a good point, Maura, that if you keep reading, you see bits and pieces of writing everywhere. We keep saying it, you know, because we just do that all the time, you know. In truth, we really have a very limited set of strategies. We just use them in different ways.
There's like 4. And
how they look. Yeah.
Right. But they do take some time, you know, to get good at. So we are back on page 28. I just want to finish getting you thinking about some of what you were seeing and what you will be seeing in our examples. That we have this tendency in high stakes to begin to introduce maybe a format. That was a more formal, what we call expository paragraph, right? That gave information. It was informative. Okay, that's what you just saw. That was a certain format. Okay, in that format, that student was allowed to use first person I. Okay, we may have a student who comes to us who's never allowed to use first person I. Okay, but we like to let kids use that more for a little while because it helps them kind of make that transition from personal to formal. But eventually we might start to talk about, okay, now that we're done with this, let's take out the I's. This is going to be even more formal. So I just want you to know that we're kind of playing with format in high stakes. And there is some sense of that I'm doing my best, whether that was the very best handwriting, the neatest handwriting, whether I typed the most, you know, kind of what was a lot for me, you know, whether I did my best because we spent 2 weeks on it, frankly, you know, or something like that. And then I want you to think about editing, okay? Lots of partnering goes on in editing. For us, a lot of partnering goes on. And mostly our rule of thumb is we help the student do everything they can do and they know. And we may only edit to that level, or we might go in and help clean up just a little more at a level they don't know. And I tell students that all the time. I mean, I can hire an editor tomorrow that will tell me a bunch of things I don't know. There's always someone who knows more, and that's why writers pay editors, right? And so kids actually are relieved by that. You know, they feel like, well, I really did still do it myself. I still had ownership in my editing, but I didn't have to know everything.
Yeah.
And I'm not just going to fail. Okay.
I do tell my kids that everyone needs an editor. That's a weird family phrase that my family uses.
And everyone does.
Yeah, and I'd say like I need an editor. I edit for my colleagues, right? In my work,
yes.
I edit and I get edited. It will not go away, and so we have to learn how to kind of deal with it, right?
Right. And around here, you know, Julie had said this phrase once, and I really latched onto it. She talked about the crappy rough draft. And I think there's versions of that out there everywhere, you know, but the lousy rough draft, the first draft is lousy. It just is. Just know it. Embrace it. Everybody writes it. Bad first drafts. And when I say to kids, yeah, we're just getting the crappy first draft, they're like, okay, you know, and I say it to my colleagues. Okay, keep in mind, this is crappy first draft, right?
It is funny that sense of like, no, don't judge it. I just wrote it down. Please don't hurt me. It doesn't really go away.
Right. So we really only help with final cleanup. We might help to make things a little neater, a little, you know, sometimes I'll even, for a child with dysgraphia, I might even say, you know what, this word is just really hard to read. And I want you to be able to read this to your mom later or your dad later. And I'm just going to help with that letter because that letter still is hard to read. You know, I might even do something like that. Just this little bit of let's just help. I might type something up. If someone's really, really dysgraphic, they've done a great job on their handwriting. And I'll just type it up so it's a finished product, and really it's so they can read it later, you know, because their handwriting's still really, really hard, okay? I just want you to know that one of the things we do is everything we teach at this level starts to get put in the LA binder. And Claire's going to begin to tell you what we might be putting into a binder. I mean, we put all kinds of things in binders all along, but this is something we might add at this point. Okay?
Yeah, we've been talking about metacognitive, or we mentioned metacognition or metacognitive thinking earlier on. Rita defined it as this thinking about how we think, talking about how we talk, learning about how we learn, really engaging in understanding the process behind what we're doing. We're still on page 28, this very bottom, I think it's kind of number 3 and number 4 is what I'm dealing with here. That we have a lot of conversation around what we're learning and what we're doing while we're doing it. And then, there's layers here, so bear with me. So you have what you're doing. I'm gonna go this way. You have what you're doing, then you have the conversation about what you're doing. And then the added third tier down that I like to do is to add this illustration of what we're doing, illustrating concepts, which is really difficult. And requires a lot of structure kind of in your own thinking. You really have to understand what it is you're doing. And so I bounce back and forth.
I was just going to say, and you are going to see more examples of this to come. So if you're not totally sure what's going on, it's okay.
So I bounce back and forth between, I like to illustrate a concept for my students when it's like, I really want you to understand this really, really well. I'm going to draw this out for you. We're going to talk about it. Here's my visual. All my students know from me personally that I love metaphor. I love drawing. They roll their eyes at me. It's so pervasive through the way that I teach. But they then start using these concepts. So to stop talking in concepts and actually show you some kind of physical ideas, I think, Rita, you have them all, right?
Oh, no, we weren't doing those yet, Claire.
Oh, never mind. Just
doing
kidding.
the next thing on revising.
Ah, okay. When do those come up?
They come up at the end of level 3.
Oh, good. Never mind. No, you're good. It felt so natural, but never mind. Okay. I'm going to keep talking in concepts then. So I like to illustrate these ideas. I like to talk about them when we understand a concept of like how to build something or the way something works. We tend to illustrate it or put that down on paper, and that belongs in the LA binder. It's kind of making these like visual metaphors. And we will show you examples of these, not yet, but we will be showing you some examples of these. So if you're totally confused by that, don't worry.
And I think you did put up a 1-minute metaphor, didn't you?
Yeah, there is actually.
There's a
That's a
free
good example. Yeah, right now there's one. There should be more in the future, but they're not necessarily visual because it's kind of me talking. But we have some videos that are 1-minute metaphors that are ways to help kids understand a complex concept. So a nice little kind of visual, or a nice little, here's something I really do understand and how I can apply that to something more complex. So we will get more into that. And actually, if we then turn the page to page, what would that be? Page 29 is kind of an example of what I'm talking about. And Rita, we don't have a slide for this, so I am wondering if we want to just put this under the document camera really quickly.
Sure.
I don't know if we do or not. I guess they have it in front of them.
No problem.
Up to you. But just like the COPS page that Rita, or that Maura taught about earlier, which is a visualization, a nice image of a concept, right? So COPS is an editing tool. It's kind of an editing concept. And we have a page and we can create.
Sometimes I will like kind of review this with kids at this point, right?
Yep. So when kids are at that just early COPS level, that COPS page is perfect for them, right? They have it. It's a nice visual reminder. We can personalize it for each kid. But then as they're growing in their writing skills and growing in their writing amount, we tend to review the COPS, but also add this other layer. And I start to talk about the difference between editing and revising. If you see at the top, we have the edits in orange for COPS, and revising is in green for this SMART sticky note. And that editing is what we do with copy work. It's what we do a little bit with low stakes, and it's what we do with middle stakes. We also do it with high stakes, but we add this revising piece at high stakes. So editing is all about mechanics, or primarily about mechanics. It's about capitalizing, punctuating, using best handwriting, using good organizational strategies, like anchoring your letters on the line or giving spaces between words, right? Indenting a paragraph. All of those kinds of things are mechanics things. They're about the actual sort of gears of the sentence, right? The way writing functions. We think about it in a mechanics kind of way. And when we edit for those, when we look at those and when we change those, we consider that editing. When you go over into changing content, that's when you shift into revising. And revision can be harder to do. Revision just is harder to do. I'm going to say that as a hard and fast thing. I think revision is harder to do than editing. Because now you're getting into changing, altering, shifting the actual content of what I've written. It can feel more personal when you revise, especially if it's something you've written that is personal, when you're changing my words. But it can also be hard to just come up with what it needs to be. So that first one, like substituting. So if you realize you've overused words in something, I've used the word amazing 87 times in this paragraph. Well, maybe we should look at some synonyms for the word amazing, right? And start to change some of those out. We move things. We actually take like chunks of sentences or whole, whatever level we're at here, and rearrange stuff, right? We might put one sentence in front of another. We might take a phrase, shift its location in the paragraph. But generally just sort of focusing on the overall flow of a paragraph, right? Does this sentence actually make sense coming after or before this other sentence? So we can kind of rearrange and move stuff. We can add or remove, right? So this A and R Post-it notes. If we're missing things like opening hooks or ending hooks, we don't have enough detail, right? Those are things we realize that we're missing, so they need added. And then kind of the opposite side of that, we remove stuff if you realize, yeah, I've pretty much said this already, right? This is redundant. This is unnecessary. This is repeated, right? We can just nix it and cross it out. And then the last one, the T, is transition. And I think transitions are very difficult. I think a lot of kids do struggle with this idea of how you connect ideas between paragraphs, what transition words and phrases are, right? How to actually kind of summarize or introduce a quote if we're at that level, if we're at like this high school level of having quotes within our paragraph, and how you get into and out of them. And so working on transitions is a revision thing. It is a piece of the revision pie, which is how I do like to talk about it with students, that we're not just gonna like, oh, you wrote it wrong, let's fix it. It's not that, right? These are individual pieces, just like COPs, that we check off. You know, did we capitalize? Did we organize? Did we punctuate? Did we spell everything correctly? You approach the revision side with that same kind of almost clinical attitude, right? Do we need to substitute any words? Do we have them all? Okay, great, check that off, right? Do we need to rearrange our paragraph? Oh yeah, these two ideas should go together, but they aren't. Okay, let's move them around. Check that off, right? So it becomes kind of this, we can go through an organized list. We've taken a very complex concept, the concept of revision, that is very difficult to wrap your head around, and we've turned it into something that's you can hold, right? You can check off. You can make a copy of this every time you write a paper and go through it, right? And rip stuff apart. It becomes very physical, very visual, when it was before just kind of this floaty, like, oh, go revise, go edit your paper, right? What does that mean? Now we have something very, very real we can work from.
Right. And something I want to say is, you know, we don't just start out with, okay, you did COPs and now you're doing SMART. You know, like we may, on one paragraph, we might, as kids are kind of working, start to talk about, wow, did you notice that there's a word that you said a lot? You know, I have a student who says and. He starts every sentence with and. And so I'll always say, do you notice any words you used often? And he says, and. I'm like, you're right. Like we're working really just at substituting or deleting that word. That's all we're really working on. And now after we got to that, we're starting to weave in, you know, how can I get a better transition instead of and, right? So I just want you to realize that it's not like all five. I mean, as kids become more skilled, yes, you want all of these hit. But as they're learning the skill, you can just pick one or two. Right?
That's a really good point. I was just doing this with a student of mine where he's at this paragraph, although he actually fits right into this really perfectly. And one of the things I'm really working on with him is transitions, not from paragraph to paragraph, but from sentence to sentence, right? He's like, here's an idea, here's an idea, here's an idea, right? And they have no flow. And so, and he knows it. When he goes back and reads the paragraph, he's like, it doesn't feel right? It's kind of this like, ugh, something's missing. And so we've been focusing on just transitions. How do you connect one idea to the next? And it's not super high stakes we're not, you know, like presenting this isn't being turned in for a grade, but we're getting to a point where if he has something to turn in for a grade, if he has a high stakes piece of writing, he now understands, or better understands, the the transition element of revision.
Right. And that's an important thing to remember, because we keep talking about that when you have kids who kind of freak out when things get edited, if we're constantly weaving editing in and out, so even a sentence would get edited now and then when kids are working up to the sentence level. And maybe they're a sentence to paragraph level, but still only maybe one sentence gets edited. Maybe it's like that one student I showed you where it was edited because it also supported a grammar lesson, right? Maybe something, you know, a paragraph gets edited. So you do this kind of weaving out. Not everything gets edited, not fully edited. We don't beat a dead horse, right? But by the time we get to the paper level, editing is a big part of writing. It's just part of it. And that's what we want. We want this kind of natural sense of the process to be going on, right?
I was gonna say, you want your kids, when you forget to do COPs or forget to remind them about it, you want your kids to go, we're not done yet, right? Writing isn't over because we haven't edited, right? They, you know, you want to almost be in that space. Like they haven't completed the writing part because editing hasn't happened yet.
Laura, you're joining us again.
I just wanted to quickly orient us. It looks like we moved on to page 29, but there were still some more slides for page 28 that we did not show. So just wanted to.
Oh, let's look at those now.
We just got really excited.
Oh, yes, because we had our video.
Yep, you have 2 slides and a video still to cover from page 28. So if everyone would.
So we definitely don't want to miss that because it is a good example of what we are talking about.
Okay.
And then we might take a break.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that. Give me just a second. Okay, that's the page we were on. Here we go.
Okay, so I want to tell you about little Sam here. So Sam had been writing in sentences, and I started to move him in his homeschool where he was now needing to do some of his writing across curriculum. And he really likes history, so we picked history. Well, we picked 2 things. He's the one who was doing copy work on that little passage about bugs. So we started kind of shifting copy work because we found some appropriate reading level that he could read. We shifted that to science, and then we started to shift some more writing into his history, and we decided to let history, since it's his thing, be where we really try to get this transition from sentences to paragraphs, okay? So his mom decided that she was going to start working on how to take notes, and she found this little program that has all these bits and pieces that can be cut out to create lap books, okay? So if you'll go to the next one, what you're about to see is Sam then had created a number of lap books, and I started to intervene. Like, okay, here I'm seeing a lot of phrases. I want whole sentences because I know you can do that. And then once he was getting some whole sentences, we started working toward trying to get that more to more sentences, more meaty, more paragraph level. So Sam is going to tell you about the work he did.
You're not videoing.
Well, I am. I'm videoing.
Okay.
This is Sam. He's 11. He's giving me a hard time because I have technology impairments.
That's true.
Okay, so this is Sam's very first, what are you calling these?
Paragraph, lap book.
Lap book. And when you started, you were mostly writing kind of just like phrases and thoughts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not whole sentences. And what's this one on?
The Boston Massacre, Boston Tea Party, stuff like that.
Right. So this is for history, right?
Yes.
Right. But look at all that writing you did. Fantastic. So that was your first one.
This first one.
Let's look at your second one. So,
Paul Revere.
were we starting to write sentences at this point? Still working mostly on phrases. Okay, so this is all about Paul Revere. Can you see it? He's looking at the camera so he can see what you're seeing. Yeah, look at this nice writing going on here. Right? Lots of writing. That's the thing we want to appreciate the most. All that great writing. Isn't that awesome? And then even the ones that look like they're typed. What's really happening there? Lots of writing. Okay? So this was your second one you did. Then what?
This is the third one.
And you're working on this one now, right?
Yeah.
So what's this one on?
This one is about the schools and stuff like that. John Adams.
Mm-hmm. And here's what I want to notice. Hold one of those open really well for me, okay? So now, are you just writing phrases?
Yep.
No. What are you writing now?
Sentences.
Yes, whole sentences, right? So we're getting a lot better sentence work going on. Correct?
Mm.
Yep, look at that. Whole sentences. So what are you talking about here, by the way?
The 13 colonies and the flag.
So you're on to the 13 colonies.
Yes.
So now we need your notebook.
Okay.
So what did you do here?
I was writing the beginning, the middle, and the end.
And what are these Post-its? How did they help you?
Make me remember like the Boston Massacre, the Declaration of Independence, Treaty of Paris, how the Patriots dumped the tea in the harbor.
Right. And this is your writing notebook you're writing.
Yes.
The one you do all your writing in. And so who wrote the words beginning, middle, end?
Beginning, middle, end. My mom did.
Your mom did that part. And then who wrote the Post-its?
Me.
You wrote the Post-its. And so also were you working on the spelling maybe of these words?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I see. So the Boston Massacre dumped the tea.
The Boston Massacre didn't dump the tea. That's something.
No, I knew. Yes, I was reading them separately. This says Declaration of
Independence.
And then what does it say? What's the next one say?
The Army. It's about the Army.
Yes. Who was?
Washington.
Yes, was in charge of the Army, right? So you had notes. So then from those notes, pull over that thing.
Then I wrote about them, the
Okay,
intro,
let me switch to.
about the American Revolution, the Boston Massacre, and Treaty of Paris.
So this is your introduction?
Yes.
Let's look at that for a minute. So, Sam, I notice now we have a few corrections on this introduction, but
Yes,
that came
but-
later, right?
Yeah.
So you did the introduction, and you used your Post-it notes. And what's the job of the introduction?
To tell you what we're going to be writing about, what we're going to be saying.
Right, okay. And so let's just appreciate for a minute all the writing you did. So you did an introduction.
Then this is the first part where I talked about the Boston Massacre and
Boston.
Tea Party.
Boston Tea Party. Pull the other paper over under my camera. And then
2, I talked about the Declaration of Independence and the...
I think that's mostly about Declaration of
Yes,
Independence,
it is
right?
the Declaration.
Right. So the job of your paragraphs is to give more details. And
Then the Treaty of Paris and John Adams.
the start of the Revolutionary War, right? And this very last paragraph, what do we call that again? The
Conclusion.
And what's the job of the conclusion?
To tell you it's almost over.
Basically,
Basically.
yeah, the paper's over and we're kind of wrapping things up. So now, so then I noticed, by the way, that now some corrections were made on this.
Yes.
Yes. And who helped you with these corrections?
Mother.
Mom helped you with the corrections, right? There's some tough stuff there, but lots of writing.
Yes.
Last year, Sam, we were kind of lucky if we could get you at the beginning. This time last year, I'm thinking we were lucky if we got you to write maybe 4 sentences in a paragraph. Was that about right? If I'm remembering correctly. Okay, so what are you doing now?
I rewrote them here.
So far you've written the introduction over, and what else?
The paragraph over.
The first one.
The first paragraph.
So you're going to finish rewriting, correcting and rewriting. And then we'll have your mom's voice telling us. So what is the plan after all the rewriting?
After the rewriting, we're going to put everything into the computer. And then through our study of American history, we have looked at different artwork describing each one of these issues that he talked about, and we will take a piece of that artwork and import it into his paper and then have a finished typed paper.
Product. And that is awesome. Okay, so if you can just show the next slide, Claire. So this is his writing. His mom had typed it up and they put in these paragraphs. Now, what was interesting about this is, and we can come back to us now if you want. What is interesting about this is what you saw there was months and months. Okay, so there was a lot going on. We had little bits of note taking going on. He was doing some reading, doing some listening, some expressive language work, verbal narrations, lots happening. Okay, copy work was still going on, a lot of skill building going on. and automaticity that you build, that you get with copy work was going on. And then this project became this kind of middle stakes project, but he wasn't totally using his skills. He kind of went back to phrases because note taking was new to him. So we had to get him back up to using sentences again when he was taking notes. And from there, he wrote a paragraph. Well, once he wrote this paragraph, then he and his mom kind of decided, hey, if we can write one paragraph, we can write another paragraph. He started writing a couple paragraphs, and then I came in and kind of helped him know what an introduction did, okay? And then if you notice, the conclusion is like one sentence, you know, who cares? It's a lot to get an introduction. But what happened is this project just grew, but it grew over months and months and months. And actually, by the end of the year, to be filling out those lap books with notes and turning that into some written narrations as part of his history was now part of kind of what became the norm for him. But at the beginning of the year, it was really a big deal. It was a very big deal. And it ended up going all the way to a paper. And it's not a perfect paper. It's a lovely paper, and it demonstrates a lot of work over a lot of time. And the mom was able to get that because she kind of took this big topic of history that was obviously all about American history, and each paragraph kind of was whatever they were studying that month. So we had this project of this paragraph, first filling out all those notes, and then the paragraph each month. And then that could really come together. I think really, I would say that was done, I think, by Christmas, like started in the fall. And by Christmas, he had kind of come up with that paper. And he didn't have to do that big of a paper every single time, of course. He kind of went back to those paragraphs. But it's a perfect example of this weaving in and out. And the way she kind of did the final edit and neatened it up was by taking it then into typing. But he did some actually very nice handwriting improvement, especially for him and his struggles as he was going along. So this is just what we mean. Like the copy work kind of helps serve as, Claire, I just wonder if we can kind of skip 30 and come back to it in the end, but just show them the Z.
Oh yeah,
slide.
I'm actually thinking
Mind doing that? Just feels like it's kind of the right time to move into it.
we can take a break afterwards.
And then we'll take up our break.
Hang on, let me share again.
I know I kind of changed my mind on you, sorry.
No, you're fine.
So,
Yeah. I was to orient you. We are skipping page 30 for now. We're going to come back to it. But if
Yes.
you move to page 31.
we're just on 31 because I think the video helped kind of create a good example of this. So Claire, I think we have an animation. So if you could do the first. So I want you to think of this lower level as the skill building, and copy work really helps us get a lot of this happening. But it could be something like skill building of, do you see a word you use too many times? And let's take out all the ands, right? That could be a skill building lesson, just so you know. And then the next thing is that we have this kind of fluency work, but that might be some low stakes work. So for Sam, in history, to copy a word, revolution, was the kind of thing he'd gotten used to by now. In, you know, Revolutionary War, he kind of gotten used to how to do that in copy work, but we was learning how to note take, but it was, you know, it was okay. It was pretty low stakes, but then I upped the ante a little bit to get him writing in whole sentences. So if you could do the next one for me, I tried to get him some more middle stakes. Let's get more sentences. And we were going to make the challenge the paragraph. So if you'll do one more for me. The high stakes finished work was going to be the paragraph, but Sam was into it. And then it ended up, we added all the paragraphs together and made a paper. And did they have transitions? No, they didn't. We didn't work on transitions. I actually decided, let's work on what an introduction is. And I really pretty much kept it at that. And, you know, we did a little grammar work, and I just kind of helped them figure out when he needed some periods, and really commas I just helped him with, you know. So it just gives you kind of this idea of where he's at and how we kind of moved within that. but how you can, at this stage, you're really kind of thinking more in this way. Do you want high stakes all the time? No. Will you be weaving often between this skill building? Well, skill building kind of hums along. Fluency work needs to be humming along at this point, and you're kind of weaving in this middle stakes stuff, and once in a while jump up and do a high stake. Maybe once a month. Seems like a good timeline to me. But the other things are in your weekly practice.
Definitely. Okay, so on page 31 is that, as kind of Rita just went through, but that's the more specific to level 2 DPD chart. And so there's some comments about, you know, sort of some ideas or suggestions, right, to kind of help you get thinking again. And then page 32 is a blank chart again. And this is what we did last session at the very end there. And I know, again, it can be a lot to really think about. And one of the things we hit on last time was that don't be afraid to be specific, right? To really think super detailed, right? Super specifically about.
Take a subject area.
Yeah. Or pick an area that you know your student or your child struggles with, like Rita's comment about using and too often. That is so child specific and so moment specific, right? But just to kind of be thinking about that sort of thing. And we are going to take a break. We're going to take a little bit of a longer break just to be able to stand. I want to stand up for one. And to give you a moment to maybe think about this chart in this sentences to paragraphs kind of level of writing. If you want to jot some thoughts down about that, give you a moment. If I know we will get to the Q&A after we go through level 3 and everything, but if you have some questions, give you a moment to kind of put those in there. Stand up, get a drink, walk around, shake your head out, whatever it might be. Should I leave this up, Rita? Or do we want to get?
Yeah, I think we should leave it up.
Okay.
We'll just leave it up and let them.
I don't know if I turn my video off, if it'll go away or not.
I don't know either. I'll
Will
tell
it-
you in a minute.
will it stay
It's
there?
still there for you.
Okay, great.
I think it's still there for everyone.
All right. All right, so we will be back. It's 2:55 our time. So what time do you want to come back, Rita?
Maybe 3:10, 3:15.
Yeah, 3:10, 3:15, somewhere in there.
Okay.
All right. So we'll see you back on in a few minutes.
Okay, I believe we're both on.
Sorry. I just
Probably go off this screen now if you want, Claire.
have to get my tea ready. Hang on.
Oh, she wasn't quite ready. I went on too fast for her.
I was eating lunch, so you know.
Yes, well, as you are all getting ready, I just want to let you know we're just going to go back to page 30. Claire's going to do it in a minute as soon as she gets her tea going. We're going to go back to page 30 of your instructional plan just to tell you what that is. And then we will be beginning on page 33 because, yay, we finally are at level 3 of helping kids move from the paragraph level to paper level. And actually, for some reason, I'm kind of feeling like I want to move page 30 over near 33, after 33 anyway, because those are feel like they can be papers, right?
I know. Kind of interesting.
Yeah.
We'll give everybody a minute to make sure they're back on and listening, hanging out with us. Not, you know, falling over somewhere or crying in a corner. We don't want that.
No, we don't want that. We've done it. Right.
Okay, I have my tea.
Yeah.
It's really hot though. Wow. All right. So like Rita just said, we are going to jump backward a couple pages really quickly to page 30, which is kind of a nice, I was about to say T chart, but there's actually 3 columns. So that makes it like an M chart. I don't know.
No, we don't have a name for that chart.
A 3-column chart that goes through some different, excuse me, some different writing genres, their purpose, and then some examples of them. So I'm just going to run through this really quickly. It's a nice tool, like a little reference tool for you guys that when you're thinking about like, oh, okay, I want to do this kind of writing, or what kind of writing do I want to do, kind of what it falls under. So on page 30, we have in the left-hand column kind of the genre of writing, if you want to think about it that way. Kind of broken into these different big umbrella areas of writing. We tend to think about expository, narrative, creative, technical, and persuasive. So these are huge umbrella concepts. So with each one of these, the next column being purpose, we kind of go over what is the job of this kind of writing. So with expository text or expository writing, its job is to inform or instruct, right? That's what it does. And we can come up with many, many examples of stuff we've read that is expository text. But in terms of what you might then turn around and write, or what your student might write, would be like a report, an essay is typically what we think of in that category. Writing facts, right? So again, this can be applied at any of the writing levels, which is kind of Dorita's comment about it being kind of stuck in the middle here. But the truth is that you can be doing like expository writing, sort of reporting on something, list, right, that are informing you, or sentences. Here's a paragraph that informs, and what we're going to get to in level 3, here's a paper that is now an informing, like an essay or a report. So that is true of anything on this list. So to just run through the rest real quickly, narratives are stories, right? Their job is to tell a story. We tend to think about them as retelling a story, creating an original story, having a personal experience. And it tends to be similar, it can be similar to the next one on the list, which is creative writing, because sometimes we think about original stories as maybe also being a little creative. So there's a little overlap there. But the creative writing goes more into expressing original ideas in poetry and prose. So we think about that like general fiction, right? Like I wrote a story about something, right? Totally made up. Writing poetry, going kind of imaginative or explorative, that's not a word, exploratory, really expressive writing. Technical writing is very specific stuff, so guides, instructions, agreements, kind of that technical language. The document you're looking at would fall under technical writing. It's tend to think of instructions, recipes, rules, manuals, that kind of thing. Legal documents, if your child likes to write legal documents. And then the last one is persuasive, which the goal is to persuade, right? To shift the reader's view, to convince someone of something. So these are your argument papers or paragraphs, reviews of things, marketing, doing a brochure, that kind of thing. So again, just to give you a sense of the kinds of writing, because the word writing is so broad and can encompass so much. And there are more genres I'm sure we could get into even more specifically, right? But this is just a nice kind of smattering to give you a sense of things you can do across any level, and take to any stake amount too, right? You can do low stakes with any of these things, middle stakes, or high stakes with any of these things.
Right. And, excuse me, when we talk about thinking about homeschool, and even when I'm thinking of my students, I kind of have this list in my head. I tend to be heavier on the expository or narrative. If kids are super creative, I'll go that route, but not everybody wants that. So kind of maybe. But some kids will be writing stories on the side, and so we'll just kind of periodically, I kind of like if they're writing their own story, only to edit if they ask me to come help them with it a little bit. But we may do some creative things. Mostly in my work with students, I tend to focus on the narrative and expository, but I will say, as a homeschool parent, when I was teaching my kids, I really tried to hit upon all of these. I would think, this month we're going to do a science report, and that's going to be much more technical. Or we're going to make our recipe book. That was more technical. So different years, I would pick different things that would kind of give us an opportunity, to do that. But it would be at these different levels, right? So technical, young level was a simple recipe, or, maybe pictures that are sequenced, how to do something. But technical for a high school student could be a science report. So just keep that in mind as you're moving along. Okay.
Yep. Another quick note before we move off this page, just that this is a list of kind of what final products might look like, no matter what the level is. But any of the strategies, as we hit on before, any of the strategies we have talked about can be used to get to these final products, right? At any stage. If you need Post-it notes to get to a persuasive paper because you got to figure out what it is you're even arguing, then use Post-it notes to do that, right? If we have to partnership write to help you be able to, create your personal experience story, then we're going to do that, right? So any strategy can be applied to any of these things, right? In a mixture of things, a variety of things, right? So just
and also can stop short of it.
Yeah.
So that you might want your technical writing to be keeping data on a graph, and that's going to be more middle stakes, not high stakes. It doesn't have to go up to that upper level. So that's the other thing to remember as you're looking at this. Just another piece when you're just thinking about what does this mean. This can be a guide for you to look at.
Yep, okay. Absolutely. Okay, so we're moving on from that. We're going to jump over the couple pages that we already covered, and we are going to page 33, which brings us right into level 3. There's a lot of threes involved right now. Page 33, level 3. So if we remember, I'm not going to go to our PowerPoint quite yet, but if we remember that level 3 is our highest amount of writing, that this is from paragraphs to papers. This tends to be older students, right? Even though we know that we can have ages across all of these levels and all of these skills, we tend to associate this higher writing amount with our older, kind of high school or maybe even to college level students. But obviously it can happen all over the place. So one of the things, so at this level 3 of writing, we still have all 4 types going on. We have intentional copy work and dictation, and we have low stakes, middle stakes, and high stakes of writing. So copy work has not gone away, even though we're at a higher amount of writing. We can still do copywork and dictation at a paragraph level, right? And we will be showing you some examples in just a minute here. We're still practicing the same techniques, the same strategies that we've been doing. We're saying it as we write, as needed, right? That's the ongoing thing. We are practicing phonics and spelling type skills, right? We're practicing our grammar and mechanics, editing that we're doing. We're bringing in all of these layers, the same that we've been doing at any other level. Because the amount of writing is growing, the amount of time it requires also grows, right? It's hard to copy an entire paragraph in 2 minutes and to do it well. So it may progress beyond this kind of 10-minute general, I don't know, middle amount that we tend to think about. It may progress to be longer than 10 minutes. And we might also be introducing, we have print, cursive, and keyboard, right? We might be doing copywork actually as typing at this point. And I'm not going to go into those right now, but if you are, in one of the examples that I'm about to show, if you are interested in knowing more about kind of all of that information and the value of being this hybrid writer across print, cursive, and keyboard, that's definitely our handwriting class. So our handwriting struggle and intervention class deals with all of that big concept. This is also a level where we're really encouraging text connections in our copywork, that we're really diving into analyzing the text that we are also copying. So we do a lot of on the page, in my head activities. So what's written versus kind of how we react to it and what we think of what we're doing, and building a lot of context, right? I like contextualized copywork. That's one of my favorite things to do with my students, where we're reading a book and we're really diving into it, and that's what we're pulling our copywork from. And then similarly, as before, that number 4 on there, that we are selecting passages that support or can support writing projects. So this is kind of the other side of things, that we're doing copywork from this so that we can move into a writing project. Maybe that analysis of text has allowed us to, now we can do an analysis paper, right, from some of the copywork information and writing that we've been doing. We're really emphasizing and kind of encouraging increasing speed and increasing stamina and kind of endurance with writing at this level. Thinking a lot too, especially with older students, this age of being able to take notes for a long time, and we'll get into note taking in a minute here, but copywork helps build into that ability. You can sit and write stuff down clearly and effectively and efficiently in copywork. All of that translates to being able to do that with note taking, right? And that's a big life skill right there. And then the very last thing I really want to hit on is that we're not skipping editing, right? Especially at this volume. It can be very easy. It's like, oh, I just wrote 2 massive paragraphs, I'm done, right? Especially when volume increases, it can be very easy to just cast aside editing, right? And we always want to come back to that. It is integral to the writing process, especially with copywork. So I'm going to share my screen again.
And we talk about in the grammar class and Roots Entwined, how we start to really weave grammar in, some grammar knowledge in with copywork at this point, which you hope, and we help kids make that then generalization to their original writing and what grammar and mechanics needs to look like there.
Yes, absolutely. So the sample that I want to show you here actually is Mora's student, Zach, who we talked about last time at the very beginning. She was kind of talking about when he came to her at age 15. And there's a little Post-it note on kind of the lower right-hand side, that blue Post-it note, which is a sample of his handwriting and his writing content as well at age 15, kind of right when or before he started working with Mora. And so you can see in looking at this, he wrote, "Hi Mom, I read JP last night. The bookmark is at the place that I stopped." This is, it's very jumbled in the way that it's written, just organizationally. even we can kind of go through COPS to almost kind of assess what's going on here, right? If we start with, I started with O, but if I go back to C, if I start with capitals, there's almost random capitalizing going on, right? A lot of the letters are capitalized, and then you get ones that suddenly aren't. Organizationally, there's spacing is all over the place. Letters aren't necessarily anchored. Space between words varies, from word to word, and can sometimes make it then hard to read. In terms of punctuation, I think there's a period at the end there, but that's it, right? There's no breakups of anything, no commas, no kind of acknowledgement of that. And then spelling, we can also see, right? We have stopped at the end is almost a purely phonetic STOP, and then the D. Red is our ED, right, as in the color. And so there's kind of this mixture, right? And I believe Moore has said in the past that this was also a lot of writing for him at this stage, right? To be able to put all of those thoughts down on that Post-it.
His mom shared that as the best example of his highest level, and something she was really excited that he had done that spontaneously. So that was at the start.
Yes.
So
then a year later, after working on all of these things, all the stuff listed in COPS, and then these, word study and phonics skills, saying sounds as he writes, all of these things now being worked on in his copy work, which is the example that's behind the Post-it note, this whole page. He also switched to cursive,
with much prodding from Maura.
Yeah, a lot of prodding from Maura, and was working with controlled text, right, which we talked about earlier. I believe this is an interesting point, he had changed the name of the sort of main character that the sentences were about to his own name, which is fun, good practice, right? And pretty harmless thing to do in terms of like, great, we got to practice our own name too, right? We can throw that in if it makes something more interesting, especially with controlled text, which can be very boring. That can help with that, right? Can help add a little bit of interest at least. So after really, really working at this level, right, with copy work, he is now at a point where he genuinely has multiple paragraphs going on, right? Compared to the year before of that Post-it being the best example of his spontaneous writing.
It really shows you these foundational skills, right? How these foundational skills really had to get worked on if we were going to ever get anywhere in the writing. Those skills that you pointed out, Claire, at the beginning about the capitalizations and all of that.
Yeah. If it's not happening in the spontaneous writing, right, that tells you that we have to go back and work on it in not spontaneous writing, in copy work.
Absolutely.
Right? That's a huge like red flag, neon sign, pay attention to this kind of thing.
And not just once or twice, because obviously these kids are having a hard time getting it to the automatic level. Some kids may never get automatic enough to be fast. Many do. Mm-hmm. But they need lots of time for this. So we keep coming back to this. You've got to remember this is a key piece of the writing program.
Yep. Okay.
I think you have a couple more slides.
Another slide, yeah. Or no, that's the end of this one. The next slide is yours.
The next slide is mine. So if you turn, is that the next slide?
That's the next one, yep.
Oh, the video is first. The video is first. Sorry, I had that out of order in my notes. Okay. Well, it was in order. I just didn't see where I wrote it. I looked at it out of order.
Yeah,
we are on page 34. And I want you to know we're going to be talking about this low stakes writing now that has occasional editing. Okay. Free writing might be happening for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And it can vary. We kind of vary these strategies we use at this low stakes level to help kids get ideas out, whatever, we're working on, to help them maybe get some notes, get some ideas out, have some thoughts. They're reading a story, what's happening so far. That might be, kind of an interesting free write. What do you think about the way that character behaved? or it could be what's going on in history right now. So they're already able to do these paragraphs, and we're starting to just, now we're looking for some writing to be everywhere across the curriculum, you know?
Sorry, real quick, I just want to throw this in here because I don't know if it's written anywhere about this free writing for different amounts of time, because it does vary. One of the things we do also is, if you know your student can produce more writing, but maybe not in those chunks, doing multiple chunks of short time is a really good strategy as well. Where it's like, if I told my student we're going to write for 15 minutes, they might freak out at me, right? They might totally panic. But if I said we're going to write for 5 minutes or 4 minutes or whatever it is, and we write, and then we have more to say because I know he has more to say, right, which tends or can happen, we'll do another 4 minutes or another 4 minutes. So we end up with what might be 10 to 15 minutes of writing. But if I had just said, let's sit down and do that, that's too much. So it's like, just like Post-it notes become physical bits, time can also become bits.
Time can be bits. In Trees in the Forest, we have an activity, this 3 worlds writing activity, where we talk about 3 minutes, talk, 3 and read each other's, 3 minutes, read and share and talk again, 3 minutes, read and share and talk again. It doesn't have to be 3, but that is something we commonly do. 15 minutes to write on an idea feels like too much for a lot of kids. 3 minutes and talk about it, back to 3 minutes and talk about it, 3 minutes again, talk about it. We just tend to do these 3 by 3s, but I will up it to 3 by 5s, 5 minutes. It's just now the kids are like, okay, I can do this. I'm still generating ideas. I'm not just getting stuck. And I started that with kids because I was trying to do these free writes, and they write one sentence and be like, I don't know what else to say. And so I started thinking, well, how can we do partnership without me actually writing the next sentence? And so I made the partnership that we're writing together, reading aloud to each other, talking, writing again together, and talking about, oh, that was a good idea. I think I'm going to use your idea. That was a good idea. I think I'm going to use your idea. And we do this all the time with kids. It's very beneficial because if you look at the goals.
Sorry. I just wanted to make a comment about timing in general, that sometimes, not all kids like timers. I didn't mean to throw you off there, but I just wanted to say that sometimes it can be really troublesome because some kids do not like being timed. They don't see it as a, like, let's just focus on this for 3 minutes. They see it as, I have to be done with something. And I have encountered that. Sometimes I will just try to reduce the amount of time. I have found that sometimes that can help, where it's like, I'm not going to finish a thought in 1 minute. You're not going to finish a thought in 1 minute. Let's try it, right? And just kind of see what, so it's like a ridiculous amount of time almost for whatever, it's like laughably small for whatever they might be able to produce. Might be able to help kind of loosen that idea or that kind of anxiety around it.
Right. So the goal here, what I was going to as you pick these times, you know, as you think about it, is the goal that we have listed on page 34, number 2, is you're trying to generate ideas. You may use this to help create a rough draft. You might use it to demonstrate understanding. Okay, what happened in history? I'm going to write this free write, this kind of low level writing to show you I understood what happened in history. A little occasional editing. If you're writing about the Revolutionary War, let's make sure we spell revolutionary correctly, right? You know, something like that. Or here's an idea, a really novel one. Let's capitalize the word I. That's a very novel idea. Let's do that, okay? So if we kind of have these like little ways we're getting to get not just, you know, yeah, it's nice to have no rules, but if really capitalizing the beginning of the sentence is something you can do with your eyes closed, why are you not doing it now? You know, so I will kind of begin to challenge a little bit on this. We might do it to kind of connect concepts or because we have specific language goals, okay? And I'm going to show you an example. I'm going to use my document camera first to show you this up close, and then we're going to show it to you on a video.
Yeah, so before you switch, Rita, there's one other thing I just want to comment on.
Yep.
With regards to, you did say this, but to reiterate that this is another form of partnership writing that we frequently do write while our students are writing. I don't always, but I will say it's probably 98% of the time. If they are doing they're going to write for 3 minutes on this topic, I am also going to write. And sometimes we actually have slightly different topics. Like if we've picked personal things, like you're going to write about what you did on Saturday. Well, I'm going to write about what I did on Saturday, right? Because I don't know what you did. So there's sometimes a little, flexibility we have to have with that. But if we're writing about, like, say, a book that we read, well, if I know the book too, and we're going to write about this chapter or this character, then we are writing on the exact same thing. And it can be very helpful to kind of partnership in that way. So there's a lot of shared writing. And that can help with my earlier comment about some kids not liking time or feeling like they have to finish their thought. When they see that I am also engaging in this, and maybe I intentionally don't finish my thought, or I intentionally write slower because I can outwrite most of my kids, then it's this very even shared, we're on the same level playing field, and they feel much more safe then.
And by the way, we'll do this shared writing. We didn't mention it before, but we would do that at level 2 also. We, if they're just writing a few sentences, we'll write a few sentences. And I will often ask kids, if this is kind of our startup to a project, like I have to come up with a thesis, well, okay, let's free write a little bit. And they might look at me and go, I don't feel like I can free write on this. And I'm like, would you rather partnership write where we're each writing a sentence down? And they're like, yeah, I need to do it that way. But if they can, I like it if we're both writing together. And sometimes based on time, I don't even read mine out loud. Like kids get you in the beginning, I always do. But over time, kids start to be like, yeah, I don't really care what you wrote. I'm more interested in what I wrote because I'm working towards something here. So I just want you to know I don't always read mine. Sometimes theirs is enough and they're like, yeah, I was starting to think I was going to say this next. I don't want them to forget that. Let's go to our next 3 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
what I'm going to show you is a project I did with a student. Now I want you to remember when we talk about copy work, that was in the bottom of those quadrants, right? Because that's really building into building skills and fluency. And as kids progress, some of this low stakes stuff that would be high stakes for another kid is actually now at this level of pretty easy, not too hard, that kind of lower challenge level, right? So for this student, and you've seen some of her earlier work, we had started a book of her choice. We had just done a big book project, a big paper, a big report. And so in order to make this a little more just fun, I wanted her to just kind of do a character study. So all she really had to do was she had to jot down some of what she thought about the character, and she had to do copy work. This is how it started. She had to do copy work on a quote. So we did that. And over the course of the day, she'd done a few quotes. And when she came back the next week, I realized, well, okay, how can we just make this a little more fun? And that little bit more fun does look like a little more middle stakes. But for this kid, it was kind of like, hey, we do this all the time. How can we make this just more interesting? So we used Post-it notes. I think I might be zoomed. Yeah, I am. We used Post-it notes, and she just kind of took her sentences that she'd written in her notebook and she began to kind of put them on Post-it notes about these different character traits. And then we used her lined Post-it notes to be her copy work. And then I thought, well, I'm going to get a little more in. We're going to practice, how do you reference where things are in a book? And that was really pretty low stakes for her. But we did it week after week after week, and we ended up making this really big, long, and just kept connecting all these pages and making it long. And by doing that, when she was done, she kind of ended up being proud of it. And I asked her if I could do a video of it, and she said yes. Well, as soon as I pulled out the camera, of course, you're thinking, now it feels like middle stakes, and that's true. As soon as I pulled this out to show you, it became middle stakes for her. But it started out just really, this is our break. We're just going to keep writing, but this isn't that hard for you. This is low stakes for you. Okay.
Yeah, let me share that. I can find it. Oops. There it is. I think this is the correct slide.
Okay, here's my student who worked really hard. Ah, she is going to show her face today. And she, let's see, we started at the top, right? And she was comparing Ivy Pocket's characteristics to quotes, finding citations from the book. And look at all that work. You rock. You're amazing. I think it's as tall as you are if we put it. What do you think? Jump. Jump high. Let's see. Okay. So that was low stakes. I think I have another slide here of low stakes at this level. So I do want you to appreciate, okay, here's a student with a lot of handwriting issues. This is really hard to read. He actually was going into 9th grade when he did this. He was getting his ideas down. One of the things I might do that's very low stakes writing, you can tell that he can write some paragraphs here, so that's not a problem, is we took 2 different highlighters and we kind of made a key. The red is us highlighting what we think is strong. What did you say that was strong? And the blue highlighter was what did you say that you think needs some work and is kind of weak? And we just did that, right? It was a little bit of editing. I like to have kids, sometimes people will say, take what's weak and rewrite it and have them write more. I like to take what's strong and have kids write from what's strong. I just find a lot of times I end up with a way better paper when they are writing from what was strong, and we kind of just let the weak fall by the wayside. It's like the, survival of the fittest applied to writing, right? You know?
It's such a different mentality that rather than fixing something you did wrong, we are amplifying what you did right.
Yeah.
And you're using yourself as a model, right? Like my own writing becomes what I can model new writing off of. Rather than saying, here's something that I don't like, now do it better, is like, that's so nebulous, right? It's so, I mean,
You don't even know where to go with it, right? But if I say, wow, Claire, I love how you did this. Can I see more of that? I called you out on it. You know what it is. You can do more of it, right? If it's like, yeah, that wasn't very strong, make it better. Well, what does that mean? I don't even really know why it isn't that strong, kind of, you know?
I mean, from a purely sort of psychological level too, imagining being told that as an adult too, in any context, when somebody comes to you and says, I liked this thing, can you do more of it? Your answer is like, oh yeah, I can. They loved it. Let's go. Right? As opposed to someone coming in and going, yeah, this is not great. Can you just change it? Mm-hmm. It's like, it's such a difference.
Yeah, there's no motivation to do that. That's for sure. Okay. So what's our next slide here?
Okay. So I'm actually gonna,
I thought we had one more, 2 after the video.
Nope. I'm the next slide, but it's not.
Oh, I thought it was another low stakes.
Nope.
Okay.
For abandoning low stakes. No. Okay, cool. We have no more slides on that and no more examples for that. We are moving to page 35 in the instructional plan. So we are shifting into middle stakes. And so like Rita's example of her student with the video, it does kind of bridge that, that level. It was originally low stakes because it was something that she was super comfortable with and had been doing, and so didn't feel like there was not a lot of editing involved in it, right? There's no audience involved in it. It's just kind of this almost personal thing for her, right? Because she'd been doing it so often. But turning on the camera, putting it on the wall, suddenly we cross into that middle stakes. So it bridges a gap a little bit there. So at this middle stakes for level 3, you really want to vary the elaboration strategies that you can use. And Rita's example of working from what is strong or working from what is weak is a great elaboration strategy, that you can start with something low stakes and then you do that to make it more middle stakes, to add that level of editing, add that almost revision thing going on there. You can do a lot of annotation at this level, where instead of annotating with words, you're now using phrases and sentences to capture your ideas about something. so that you can collect evidence for a thesis, so that you can find quotes, so that you can mark citations. But the amount being written is now a little higher, right? So rather than just saying scary, right, as my annotation, which is a perfectly good annotation, we're now maybe upping the amount, right? Because I know your amount can be a little higher. We're saying that the tone here is scary, right? And so it's just kind of introducing that so we can gather that for a project, for something that's a little bit bigger, a little bit more middle stakes. The strongest and weakest thing we already touched on, and then this partnership writing we were describing a little bit earlier. This, we tend to call it like 3x3 writing, this 3 minutes at a time, and we do it 3 times. So you end up with 9 minutes of writing, which is pretty cool, right? You can end up with a lot coming out of that. Comes out of Trees in the Forest. I don't know if you had said that already, Rita, but that strategy, along with several others, are in Trees in the Forest. Okay, so I'm going to go back to our slides here to show you another great middle stakes writing, which is using charts. We had talked about this, that charts and graphs, as soon as we introduce this slightly organized level, we tend to cross into middle stakes because there is a requirement here that is a little bit more formal than it would be if it were lower stakes. So this student, and so actually 2 different days, so showing that we worked on this for a while, so back to things crossing a lot of time. But he's right at this level where he can produce the amount of writing that is level 3. But we're really focusing on crossing into these middle and high stakes. And so getting things organized, really visualizing and conceptualizing these sorts of things. So he struggles with some of this character analysis. So this is a perfect place where we read a book and are looking at change in a character from the beginning to the end of a book. We're looking at kind of our feelings about the character and organizing them in this way that makes it a little bit more formal looking because of the chart that we're doing it in, and because we would go through and maybe check some spelling. There is an interesting level here that we're doing this on a whiteboard table, so that in some ways actually makes it a little bit lower of stakes because it's very easy to erase, get rid of, we're done with it. But it also makes it easy to edit from that same perspective. He doesn't have to see his own mistakes being crossed out, right? We can very quickly like, oh, misspelled that, let's fix it. So editing is also easier on a whiteboard, which makes it more middle stakes because he's willing to edit more, right? And so it has this kind of strange cross of kind of what we're doing here, which is just an interesting comment about using something other than paper. And if I wanted to, it's very easy to now go to paper, right? From this thing. Yes, Rita.
I just wanted to comment. That is a very good point about the use of different mediums like marker boards, right? That you can edit more and it doesn't feel as heavy to them. And that is really, really an important point. It's one of the reasons why we, always found a way to have a marker board table, no matter what the table was. And I've experimented with a lot of different versions of that, but it is a great way to do it. And I think, Claire, you'll even take pictures of things. So if kids have to go and write on this, they can. But I just wanted to comment, another thing you have here is good thinking. Like can't have good writing without good thinking, right? And so to say, oh, we're going to write a character paper, right?
Say that statement one more time. You cannot have good writing without good thinking. I just want to hit like that, put that in big bold letters somewhere, cross stitch it and hang it over your door, right?
Right.
Sorry.
And so anyway, we get that. And sometimes, remember, sometimes just the good thinking, you might be like, you know what, this kid has just rocked it in this. And I was going to go further, but we've had great oral discussions, the importance of oral language skills, right? And I just feel like it was enough, and that's okay,
Mm-hmm.
More's in.
Oh, sorry, forgetting to unmute myself when I come up. some wonderings about what are the headings on the T chart, or more like a square chart you created here, 4 squares. I'm not exactly sure. I can't really see. Do you remember exactly what you were doing or what you were having the student write about?
I know we were working on the book Sounder, and this has been a while back now, so that's a tough question. I do know, I think the picture on the right, we were talking about change. So how characters change from the beginning of the book to the end of the book. And so we had the character of Sounder, of the dog, and then the father character, so that's what he's in the process of writing, like kind of how they behave and what they're doing, and how we feel about them at the beginning versus the end of the book. And that's a huge one for character understanding, and that delves into a whole other realm of deep comprehension, which actually we have a couple great, really good Facebook Live that are free, you can go find on our Facebook page, that deal with character analysis and how to get some of this really deep comprehension stuff. So that's what's happening in the right side. I do
Something
not.
about, I wonder if this is when you're sorting out what it has to do with their character and what has to do with their physical.
Yes. Oh, I think you're right. Thank you. You were paying attention.
You told me about this, so.
Yeah, we're comparing, I think, concrete versus, oh gosh, the word is
Abstract, yeah.
which is a concept that a lot of my students do struggle with, is kind of abstract or metaphorical things that aren't concrete, and understanding, it's almost like a physical person versus their personality, right? And seeing that difference and really understanding it. And we were charting I think for one character in particular, the difference between those, like, so what falls into a physical category, like he is, he has these features physically, he has this, these things about him, versus his behavior, his interests, his personality.
Let me just to kind of sum up to make a 4-square chart like this, there's sort of a lot of different things you can look at and do and have kids track and comment on. So in one of these, she's looking at different characters, so you have your 2 characters on one side, and then across the top, you're looking at concrete features versus abstract features. She mentioned earlier too that you can look at change over time of a character, so how this character was at the beginning versus how this character was at the end. You can even add a middle to look at how they're sort of changing over time, how they were at the beginning, how they started to change in the middle, where they ended up at the end. There's all kinds, and it doesn't even have to be character based. You can look at, sort of setting changes in a story throughout or something like that. I mean, there's so many things you can kind of create charts to help students organize and comment on. I often just think in terms of what is a goal for something I'm wanting my student to pay attention to, and like, what are we working on? And then I'll think, how can I create kind of a chart type thing for us to sort of keep track and to help them begin to see some organization of those thoughts, to get that bits and pieces, so it's not feeling like taking, big paragraphs of notes and stuff like that. And I'll sort of make up what the chart looks like based on what my goal is for them to pay attention to and work on.
And clearly, there's overlap here with our reading comprehension class, right? Because, you have to get this good, if you're writing an analysis paper, you've got to have good comprehension and deep thinking going on. You've got to kind of work those 2 things together, so they're not 2 separate goals. They become very intermeshed goals, right?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Actually, Maura, if you stay on, because you're the next slide. But just to real quick to say, kind of in the middle on page 36, under B, under point 1, there's just some options of how you can organize stuff and ways to think about. Like, we have T-charts and tables, right? Venn diagrams, plot arcs, timelines, any of that kind of visual thing where it's sort of, I provide the framework and you provide the content. And it's again, it's not black and white. It's not easy to just say always do a T-chart or always do a Venn diagram, because it's so, like Maura said, it's so goal dependent, it's so student dependent.
Well, it also allows for a lot of partnership and modeling too. Like, when you have a chart that's kind of this bigger thing, you can both kind of be adding to it together over time. They're maybe doing more than you are, but you occasionally put a little partnership in there to kind of help them keep going on it.
Yeah,
And
is
also
a
it
good way to
really
get partnership. Mhm.
and it really hits at the idea we, I think, hit upon in one of our teaching principles at the very beginning, but we talk about in a lot of classes, of how much learning you get when you are creating some kind of product. And that's what's amazing about writing, is that it's a product. any kind of writing you're doing is your child producing something, which is therefore achieving the deepest learning. So
Right.
what we want to be partnering and supporting, but we also want the child to always be engaged in having to do some piece of it, so that they are creating a product. And charts and T-charts and graphs and stuff like that just kind of feel like you're creating something, because it has like sort of these pieces that all need filled in, right? So that's a great way to get that sense.
Yeah, and if you have kids that are resistive, I mean, look at this. There's actually a lot of writing going on here, you know, and this is one of the ways we build confidence too. And then also notice Claire used 2 different colors. Like he has one color and she has another.
That's
Well,
a
it's more fun, right? And you can kind of tell, like, look how much I wrote compared to Claire just did a little bit of writing here, which is, of course, you know, part of our goal, just to kind of keep supporting. But if I had a student who had like really a lot of dysgraphia and they were really struggling with the handwriting, then it might be that I did a little more for them, but they still had some there themselves. And we always want them to have pen in hand. I say that all the time. I especially say it in terms of school groups. Every child needs a pen. Every child should be, you know, or something in hand, that everyone should be participating in the writing. So,
Absolutely.
okay.
Okay, we can move to, Maura's fantastic example here.
So on page 36, I think under, well, I guess that's the first point there, that point B, talking about the different kinds of things you can do. This was just another charting example. This is a perfect example of what I was just saying. I made up what this chart looked like based on what my goal was for this student. So this was a student, we were working on theme, and she actually had done some work on theme with me before. And so we sort of started out in the first few chapters of the book trying to identify what we felt like were some big universal ideas. We'd done a lot of talking about that's what theme is, and we have to kind of look for these ideas that can apply to all humans, and then write them in this kind of can apply to all humans way, you know, not just applying to the characters, but can apply to the whole world. So we had done some work with that in these first like third of the book. And then our goal was, now that we've sort of identified what we think some themes are of this story, we have to keep track of those themes throughout the story, because we were working towards, this was actually a great example of that kind of middle stakes work that was actually in service of what was going to be a high stakes paper. So she had to be keeping track of quotes that would support a theme she had identified, and then be able to comment on how those quotes supported that theme. That's part of writing a theme paper. You have your theme, you're proving it, you got to find evidence for it, that's quotes, and then you got to be able to kind of explain how that evidence proves your theme. Okay, so knowing that I had to get her through all those steps, I made up a chart for her to kind of work out those pieces as we read the book. So this was reading The Giver. We had identified the theme just through reading and making Post-its and you know, partnering and talking and stuff within the first third. And you can see, I think we were kind of focusing on that second theme there, where she wrote, every person should be free to make their own choices in order to live fully. And then I thought, okay, so what's the process I can take her through to help her start to keep track of the kinds of things she's gonna need, so that when we get to putting stuff together in paragraphs for a paper, she has like a lot of that writing done already in bits and pieces. So I thought, okay, I asked her to start to think about examples as we were reading that kind of seems like it might be an example of that theme, like stuff that has happened, concrete stuff that has happened that feels like an example of that theme. And you'll see that what she wrote was very like informal writing. Well, when the twin baby gets killed, not getting to choose your own spouse, not getting to choose own job. I mean, she's just writing little notes, but thinking of it from just like examples of concrete things she had read was helpful for her. And then what she had to do is, before we even found a quote, she had to explain to me how that example, she had to give a rationale of how that example was a good example of our theme. Like, why did you choose that example for the theme, basically? And what was good about that process is it enabled her to eliminate, like keep really strong ones and eliminate ones where she actually really couldn't give a very good rationale for how that proved the theme. So there was someone here that she realized, oh, that was a really good example because I was able to like write a lot about it. And other ones that were like, kind of a weak example. I mean, it was maybe okay, or maybe it really wasn't an example because when I had to then explain how it was, I couldn't, right? So that helped her weed through kind of some good examples. And then because we'd figured out our reasoning, we'd figured out our example, we could easily just go find where that was in the book and then kind of pick what we felt like was a quote that really spoke to what her point was about it. And then I think we must have printed it off at that point because she was handwriting some of her quote selections on the quote side. So this was a chart I just made so that she would end up with a lot of notes that would all feed into basically an analytical paragraph all about theme for a paper.
And I love this chart. And an example, you know, that you could also do, you know, like we said, we basically use the same strategies over and over again. So to get this goal of, do you have a good rationale? We might do 3x3 writing and see which one of those little threes, which 2 out of those 3s, there was really some writing about, you know? So I just want you to see, like, whatever the goals are, we're kind of always weaving in these different kinds of things. Are we charting? Are we free writing? You know, are we partnering? You know, that kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah. On the right, I think it was just, again, I made a chart because we were looking at a poem and we were working on identifying figurative language. So we literally just copied the poem on one part of the chart. In the middle, she was using highlighting. There's that nice highlighting. You can do it by hand. You can do it online. We sort of color coded different kinds of figurative language we had learned about. So I think we'd learned about a few things, like a few kinds of imagery, personification. We'd learned about metaphor and simile, and she was looking for those ones, basically.
You have a little comment about iambic pentameter there on the right. You see that?
Oh, yeah, I guess I made a comment about, was this a Shakespeare sonnet? Yes, it was. So anyway, so she was kind of using color coding, highlighting, and then marking what pieces of figurative language she had found. And then working on sort of what the point of noticing figurative language was. I was having her sort of write, you know, when we notice a piece of figurative language, what is it sort of doing for us? How is it significant? What is it communicating, right? I was calling that interpreting kind of what that piece of figurative language was communicating. So she was really working on that, commenting, that kind of analysis type work on the side there. And we were going back and forth, like I would do one, she would do one, I would do one. One of those might have been mine. You can't tell once one of us just types in there because it's not handwriting, but to really help kind of model what interpreting feels like, looks like. This was a higher level student. I think she's like a junior in high school here.
Also, when we model, we think out loud, right? Mm-hmm. So we're talking like, well, let me see. It could be this. I'm thinking, I'm thinking it feels more like the point here is, you know, we do that kind of maybe this, maybe that. I'm thinking out loud. Thinking out loud is a great metacognitive strategy to just help kids go deeper.
Yeah. Using books that students like really like, if you're wanting to sort of try this out and you're sort of unsure how it's going to go and you want to like achieve some depth, but you know, want to kind of, you know, as an educator, feel your way through it. Maybe picking something you know your student likes but has never analyzed before could be a good place to start because you already have a lot of kind of buy-in there. And then you can work on implementing some of the more structure. That's a little bit tricky to do. And then once you get a sense of, okay, how can we kind of work through some of these things, that gives you more oomph as an educator to move into some of these other, you know, texts that are maybe new to both of you.
Okay. Let's keep moving.
Yeah, it can be hard to analyze a text that you've never analyzed before. Yeah. But so this next example also, you know, has this sense of sometimes there can be too much to try and dig through. So this is another chart of on the left is the actual text. So this is kind of this on the page thing here. And then on the right is the in my head, these are my thoughts, this is my analysis, my interpretation of it. But for the student, it's a lot to look at, this amount of information, and it can be very hard to dig out what it is we're actually supposed to be analyzing, right? When it's like, here's a paragraph, tell me what you think. Well, that's, you know, that can be way overwhelming. And oftentimes the answer can be, I don't know, whatever, right? So I think, Rita, you went through and had highlighted certain parts where it's like, we're going to focus on this sentence or this group of sentences or this chunk down here, so that you're directing. It's kind of a weird version of partnership, right? You're not the one writing anything, but you are funneling, right? You're kind of directing, doing this magnifying glass of like, yeah, I think we should focus on this. And then they go, oh, okay. And now there's a bit that they can focus on and try and pull an idea out of, right? As opposed to just an entire chunk of text.
I'm glad you used the word bit, because I want you to realize that all of this, whenever we're doing any kind of charting thing, it's always bits and pieces of writing, right? So we're always going for that at some level. So if you're thinking about, how you're kind of moving against, now we're asking for higher competency. We want you actually interpreting and giving analytical writing, but I've kept it lower, the challenge lower, because you're doing it in bits. And so that makes it just that little bit easier to deal with.
And a simpler chart to look at. All these things have been charting examples, right? This is basically a T-chart. Essentially, you've got one side and the other side, the text and my thoughts, right?
Right.
Pretty straightforward in terms of that.
And they're kind of segmented. I'm trying to remember exactly why it was segmented the way it was, but I think it was supposed to be based on how much he needed to get done each week. But I don't know why that one line ended up below a line.
I think it's a page break.
It's a page break. Oh, it's a page break. Yeah. I do try to control that so they stay together. But yeah, the Google Docs do weird page breaks like that.
Okay, if you want to go into this, Rita.
Okay, so just to show you again, so this was the girl I showed on day one, first slide. She was trying to write about her dog, and if you remember, she was using cursive and her P's were G's. She had a lot of dyslexia and dysgraphia, and we have actually made great progress in both areas, both arenas. Her reading has been faster in its skill growth than her writing, because her dysgraphia does continue to hold her back. And so she was working on, she needs some expressive language help. She has a lot of word retrieval problems. So getting her thoughts down verbally, is hard enough. And then getting them on paper is even harder. So we did a lot of work on say it first, then write it. Say it while you write it, but say your whole idea first before you add the load of writing. So what we did here is what we call Cornell notes. And if you you're on page 36. If you go to page 37, you'll see a blank sheet that has shaded lines on every other line is shaded. And I like to use this kind of paper with students who have dysgraphia, because it just spreads out their writing a little more and gives them more space, okay? And then what we do is we kind of set up Cornell notes so that typically main idea runs down that white space on the left and details are on the right, okay? That's Cornell notes, and we're like making our way toward that. But while we are collecting all this research, she was doing a big research paper, and she ended up doing it on, I think, the difference between communism and fascism. But she wasn't quite sure when she started out whether she was going to do it on all the monarchy as well. She ended up deciding she needed to funnel more and just talk about the difference between communism and fascism. But we started out, she was doing a lot of reading, and she had to take notes. And she broke her columns into what, for communism, what are the rulers like? Well, how does it affect the classes and masses? What are some of the characteristics and beliefs in religion? What are the beliefs around the economy and property? And how is racism handled, okay, in these different environments, all right? And so, so she had all this work that she put together, okay? So if you'll go to the next one, Claire.
Real quick, I just want to hit on something way back to the beginning when we talked about our principles. One of the principles that I was talking about was breaking things down, being very explicit. And this is a really, really nice example before you get deeper into this, of if you were sitting down and go, okay, I'm going to write a paper on the difference between fascism and communism. That is massive as a concept, right? And so there's all these different places and things you can talk about. And so one of the ways we help support students is not just breaking it into bits and pieces of writing, which is what's happening here, but also bits and pieces conceptually, that it's like, okay, one of the things you can talk about in your paper is, rulers of fascism and communism. So let's make that a little box, right? Let's take that and cut it out and put it over here. We can talk about religion. Let's take that and cut it out and put it over here, right? So we're really separating and really sifting out different things.
And you'll notice, she had to do some note taking and think of it ahead of time. That's what you see on the right there. She had taken some notes. And then I helped her create this chart. That's my writing in all of those columns as we kind of talked about it more. And I was saying, yeah, this sounds like this all has to do with the economy and property, right? So, this is the support, right, that we offer. So this table, we keep calling them charts, but at this point it's a table. This table was just data collection, right? Okay. This is just getting notes from her reading to see what she had. And you can see pretty quickly she realized, yeah, adding monarchy is just like overwhelming to me. I'm not going there, right? So she just didn't even add that. So if we go to the next one. So this is where we start to pull this information into Cornell Notes. So the way Cornell Notes work is the left column is the main point, the main idea. The right column, I have written details or meat. This is the meat of the information, okay? And what we did is we said, okay, well, your very first paragraph has to be, the whole point of that is to be an introduction, right? And we know the details there is you're going to have to come up with an opening hook, and you're going to need to have a thesis. And we helped create what that thesis was going to be. We didn't do the whole sentence yet. This is still just note-taking level in preparation for writing a big paper. So then she decided that she wanted the next to be a paragraph about fascism. Now, she has dysgraphia. She does not want to write all these notes and then write this whole paper. So what did we do? We took those pieces, those squares, and copied them out of her notebook, and we cut them up, and she glued them on there. Now, a child who didn't struggle as much with writing, we might have rewritten it, but why? I mean, they already had taken a lot of information. Why not do some cutting and pasting at this point for organization?
Yeah, that depends on your goal, is what I was going to add in. If your goal is just to organize
and have the chart,
then, well, yeah, and like take what you did in this organization and change kind of the organization of it, which is exactly what's happening here. This is perfect, right? If your goal is to, I'm going to take your one word bullet point and make it something longer, then yeah, maybe rewriting is a good idea.
That's true. I like it when kids are writing that they don't write from whole sentences. I know there are programs out there that want them to write the entire topic sentence and then detail 1 sentence, detail 2 sentence, detail 3 sentence, and concluding sentence. I don't like that strategy. I don't mind if you did it once maybe to kind of show kids, but I really like when there is only a phrase or note and they have to create and formulate a sentence around that and figure out at this level how to be putting that all together in a paragraph. So she had decided that paragraph 1 was going to be introduction, paragraph 2 was going to be defining fascism or the characteristics of fascism, and paragraph 3 was going to be characteristics of communism. Now, we took this further to beginning to then kind of have a conclusion, and we had to work on things, but she had to take those notes and she had to create sentences out, or had to create paragraphs out of it. And she really struggled because she found it easier to write about the communism, then she found it to write about fascism. She felt like she understood. And isn't this every kid in high school, right? Like, don't you remember doing papers when you were like, yeah, I really don't understand this, but I'm writing about it anyway because I have to, you know? And so sometimes that comes out a little bit. So we needed to really work to beef up the paragraph about fascism. She likes the opening hook. That's all in red. She's good with that. The problem is sometimes she loses her way. She's not using her organizational Cornell note charts, and she starts to tell you too much in the introduction instead of saving it for details. So, I mean, this is a work in process. This was her 10th grade year. You know, by her senior year, we're hoping that we're, you know, working through more of these goals. But this is the process, and it's out there, right? Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. So yeah, so page 37 is a nice example of the Cornell notes. And actually I want to read out, I know this isn't, I don't know if you want to kind of respond to this idea of if there were any strategies in particular that you used to go from points to sentences.
Well, sometimes we'll practice those together. We'll each take a point and we'll practice how we would say it in a sentence. And we talk about how they're different. So I do that with kids a lot. I'll do that in partnership writing. So if the point was fascism has a leader that rules through force, let's say that, okay? Then a self-appointed leader who rules, use the military to rule, okay? So we might have self-appointed military, okay? We might just have those two words, all right? So we would say, okay, so we're gonna write about the leader and it's his or her relationship to the military. Do you remember what that was? We say that verbally, right? Talk about what it is. Well, because that's how they get to be in charge. They take over the military and the military keeps everybody in line. And I'm like, okay, that's what you're going to write. And I'm going to write it too. And we're going to write it differently because we each have our own way of creating sentences. There's not going to be a right or wrong way, but we both have to convey that idea. And then we do that. And we may do that for a few of those practice notes. And there will be bad sentences. That is, remember the crappy rough draft? That's what you're going to get out of this. You're going to get a crappy rough draft. And that's okay, because this is a process. This is a path. Getting a crappy rough draft is better than before when we had no rough draft, right? And that's okay. And what we really had to do was kind of go back out and say, you know, you said this really good stuff about fascism here in the introduction. It's not supposed to be in the introduction. So now we have to do a little cutting and pasting and that type thing. So again, in the end, this was not the paper that, you know, was necessarily going to get an A or something. This was the best she was doing with a tough topic at the time. Okay.
Absolutely. Okay, we are going to move to page 38 of the instructional plan. We are into the last stake of the last level.
Yeah.
So you've been hanging with us so far, which is awesome. We have kind of this last piece of content here.
Just going to orient us real quick to time. It's 4:20. I would say if we could wrap this up in 10 minutes so that we have a half hour for questions, because we're trying to end by 5.
Okay. I don't think we have many. Do we have many slides here, Claire?
There's like 2 slides that go with this.
Okay,
or 3
good.
maybe.
Okay.
Okay, so to go through this really quickly, because I feel like it is also easy to see this path. Oftentimes this is the place where we think of first is actually this last piece, right? Like we're gonna practice toward writing a paper. Oftentimes we see that final product first in our minds, right? That this is how it's gonna end up. So the thing to keep in mind is that how we get there is a journey, it is a path, and we get there through low and middle stakes writing. That we can use elaboration techniques and partnership writing and bits and pieces and Cornell style notes and all of these things to give us the content, give us the organization, the structure, and the ideas to be able to then go in and do that intense editing, that final elaboration to end up with something that is a true finished project. So there's a lot of sort of practice that we can do with different specific points. One of them that tends to come up at this level is quotes, right? Being able to cite things, whatever they might be. And we did talk about on that COPS and SMART page. One of the things is transitioning in and out of quotes, being able to weave them into a sentence, weave them within the text itself. We've looked at several examples of organizing quotes in that middle stakes. And so being able to take all that language and putting it into a paragraph form really gives you the high stake version of that, right? That final edited version. And then the two examples we have, or at least that I'm going to show you kind of between Rita and I here, they both deal with metacognitive strategies.
Which becomes more and more important as you get to this higher level writing. We have to really be thinking about how papers are organized and what the goal is and who we're talking to.
Yeah, you really have to know the process in order to do the process, right? And sometimes the way you know the process is by doing the process. So we kind of do and then know and then do better, right? And it's this constant cycle that we go through. So in this example, this is a nice, really metacognitive kind of back working that happened. So it was a paper that was written and edited and all this stuff happened. And then once it was done, they went back and color coded the various pieces that happened in this in this paper. I gotta move stuff. There we go. So things in red is the point, right? What's the whole message? What's the whole thing that you're going for? What's your point? And I believe this was defined first, right? So it's like, as the educator, I am defining what I'm looking for, what I want you to look for. And then you as a student are going to go through and actually mark these things.
Actually, I was the educator here. All I did was define for him the pieces: point, context, evidence, explanation, and he had to write the definitions for what those meant, and then look for them, because we had talked about it a lot. So.
Okay, so that's an interesting point. If this might be the time where you are better explaining or really diving into and defining these things for your student, or in this specific case, he should already know them, right? So I'm going to give you the language, or I'm going to give you the vocabulary. You're then going to define it. So that's even more that metacognitive level, which is awesome. And then he goes through
important step people skip, that having kids go back and look at what they did successfully and analyze why it was successful, how they did hit all the marks. That's actually a very big piece of learning.
Yeah. And what's cool is then you can see how your whole paper is organized, right? So if this is a prime example, like if this is something, yes, you did this really well, let's look at how much of it was context versus how much of it was evidence versus how much was explanation. How many times did you come back to your point? Well, it looks like the beginning of each paragraph, right? And I think the highlighted stuff is like kind of his thesis, right? His main real big theme that he's coming back to. And how many times and when did that show up, and where, and did it come back to, or did your paper come back to what it needed to?
I was just going to make one more comment about the color coding strategy. It can be a great thing to use halfway through after you've created a draft, but not a complete paper, to get a sense of what you have a lot of and what you don't have enough of, and to help kids see, oh, wait, where do I maybe need to elaborate a little bit more? What sections are supposed to be big versus the ones that can be kind of smaller? So it's a great strategy for that as well.
Nice. Very nice.
So let's move to the next one. So this was a student who had a writing assignment, and he brought it to me, and he had only had time in school to start his rough draft. And so we were looking at his rough draft. I didn't have time to help him do this whole paper. I only had time to help him be successful when he went and did more on his own. That's an important thing to remember. We're building autonomy, right? So this is kind of that check-in. How are you doing? Do you want to talk about it? Now go write some more. So what I did is I said, okay, so read the first paragraph and tell me what your goal was. What was the point of this paragraph? And everybody's kind of been trained in this with me, right? At this point. So he knew, well, I'm introducing the subject and there needs to be a thesis sentence. So he's writing on the left. He's kind of creating a Cornell type thinking or metacognitive thinking out of his paper he already did, okay? And then he said, I said, so what's the point of the next one? And he tells me, and we realized like, wow, he really needs a transition sentence. And we spent a lot of time on that paragraph, working on editing, reminding him of his skills, reminding what we were working on, okay? But then all we had time left for then was to have him identify. Now he's telling me, I'm writing it down, okay? I'm writing it down for him. So what is your goal in the next paragraph? And he knows where he's going with this paper. And what is your goal for the fourth paragraph? And what's your final goal? And he knows when he does a conclusion, he's going to have to restate that thesis, but say it in a slightly different way, right? These are all pieces of the thesis paper that we have worked on. And he metacognitively had to go back through it to see how he was doing and what he still needed to do. So that's where we are there.
Yeah, very good. Rita, do we want to real quick do the next slide just to kind of cover it? It's on page 40, and then we can come back for the document camera stuff.
Sure.
Okay. Do you want to talk about this one?
Why don't I have 40? Oh, yes. Okay. So the point here, after we kind of gave you examples of these principles that we've been talking about on all these sheets. But one of the things I wanted to say is anytime you can take something to that absolute, hey, it's the best it could be, it's a finished product, that's always good. This student wanted to go to Disney World for Christmas. She was also reading A Christmas Carol, and we decided that it would be funny if she created a parody and wrote a Disney carol where ghosts visit her father to convince him that he needs to take his children to Disney more often. And she is an artist. And so she drew pictures, all these wonderful sketches there. You see her Marley was a gerbil, and it actually was a gerbil that her father accidentally killed by feeding it the wrong thing. So she thought that was really funny to do that to her dad, to make the ghost this gerbil that he felt guilty about killing, right? And the whole point of the book, which was very funny, she loved it, super creative. But the big thing is we took those photos. I actually took this to Tracy, and she put it in InDesign and helped me turn it into a book that I had bound for her, and she created this gift for her dad for Christmas. So anytime we can jump on kids' interests, take it to the next level, and help them take it to that finished product, that's always a win. Always a win.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. So Claire had started to tell you that she was going to give you some ideas about things that we might put in the binder at this higher level once kids are writing papers. So I'm going to share the document camera so we can show you some of the examples that Claire has. Sorry, Claire, I got to figure out where I am.
You're fine. So one of the big things, obviously, we keep hitting this idea of being metacognitive, of being illustrating concepts, doing all this kind of thing. And I had said earlier that this is one of the things I love to do with my students, and I draw all the time with them. And oftentimes they are not good drawings when I'm doing stuff off the cuff, right? Or even when I spend time on it, it's not a good drawing. So that is not a requirement. It does not have to be a nice, good drawing, as long as it's clearly illustrating whatever concept you're trying to teach. So this example that Rita has up on her screen is just kind of a visualizing of a paper, if we want to kind of think. Oops.
Sorry, I'm trying to get more of it in the frame.
There you go. That works. Perfect. So the very bottom, actually, what does the very bottom say real quick for me?
It says roots are source and text.
Okay, so we were talking about, I was teaching him about the idea of a thesis and how everything stems from our thesis. And so if the trunk of our tree, right, that is the thesis. It's this main pillar that everything grows out of. I can't even talk about a metaphor without using other metaphors. It's a problem. but the thesis comes out of the roots. It comes out of a source text or whatever it is we're pulling from. So if we were writing like an analysis about a book, right, we're pulling our thesis, our big idea is coming from this source. It's what really supports it and really helps it grow. And then out of our thesis comes these branches that are supporting points. And we were trying to do this idea of having kind of 3 main paragraphs, right? So we have 3 supporting points. And then out of those big branches come smaller branches and leaves, which are all our details. So we get a visualization of kind of a hierarchy of importance and how everything is structured and how everything goes together. That you can't have a supporting point that just hangs out all by itself. It has to be connected to your trunk, right? It has to be connected to your thesis. And your details, you don't want them scattered all over the ground, right? You don't want them with no context. You want them growing out of your supporting points. So all of that, this very complex concept of a paper and how everything goes together, he now much better understands because he has this visualization, right? This
And where do we keep it? So you can
LA
reference it
binder.
again. Right, we want to
LA
reference it
binder.
in LA binder.
If you want to talk about this one real
All
quick.
right, so this is one I typically do. I talk once kids understand what a thesis is, we begin to work on how to write an introduction and how to write a conclusion. So I tell them to think about the thesis as being part of an hourglass, okay? And so if they imagine that their introduction has to have a universal idea, and we do have strategies for how to get universal idea. We use free writing, we use partnership writing, we use the 3 worlds writing that we have in Trees in the Forest, okay? That has that 3x3 writing in there. And so we get this idea that your introductory paragraph has to start with this universal idea. It has to tell you the source you're talking about. You have to orient your reader to what it is actually you're pulling from. And then it makes its way to a thesis. But then when they go to write the conclusion, they start with that thesis and they're going to kind of go back through briefly what points they helped the reader see. And they're going to lead back to this universal idea. So they really have this rehook. Why do I care about this? Why do I care about this character who lives in a world in The Giver where nobody sees color? Why do I care about that, right? So we have to have this sense of a universal idea. We all want freedom and make our own choices. And then we want to end with some kind of, you know, restating that in a different way that brings your paper home. So this, all my kids, when they're at this stage, make an hourglass. And whenever we're writing introductions and conclusions, we review this.
Yeah, and an interesting point about that is sort of your overarching, you know, template can live in the LA binder, right? But you can also then pull it out and make a copy of it essentially for the specific thing you're doing. Same with the tree, right? If you have your kind of template broad one that this can be applied to anything, and then you're like, hey, we're writing this and I want to review it. Well, let's draw an hourglass and put stuff in, or let's draw our tree and write our thesis on the trunk and write our, right?
We do.
Fine.
Right.
This is a nice visual I really like doing with kids when they have to know MLA formatting or APA formatting, depending, whatever official professional formatting, right, which tends to come up at a high school level or a college level.
And by the way, we have some notes on this in your instruction manual that's on page 40, your instructional plan that's on page 40.
Yes, it does talk about some MLA formatting and citations.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is about it, a lot of my kids, because these official formats have so many details with them, they often will forget them, right? And so I'll create a nice template that is just, yep, we got to have your name, the teacher name, the class name, and the due date. We need a title in the center. We have to indent our first paragraph. We need 1-inch margins. If we have a long quote, it becomes a box quote. You know, and all of this information that if I just said it to you, it's like, what? Oh, what? I don't remember, right? But because it's written down, they can now kind of almost like a checklist, right? Oh, did I double space it? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. I got that. Did I indent my paragraphs? Okay, great. I have that. Oh, I forgot that front top matter. Okay, I'll put all that in, right? So they can flip to it as this nice reference document and really checklist everything.
Yeah, really important, because otherwise they just look at you again and say, what's MLA format again? And you can say, let's look in your LA binder. I think you have all the information you need. And we call that ownership. Okay. And that's what we're going for.
Yeah.
So, so our notes really were about many of the things we've already said to you already about, you know, how we definitely, want to work in partnership. We
Rita.
want kids considering the considering the reader. Thank you, Claire.
Uh-huh.
We're looking at a blank table, aren't we?
Fine.
Hello. And that's really wrapping up what we have been talking about so far. Whoops, guess what, Claire? I made it only me and not you. How do you like that?
Yeah, so we have gone through this high stakes of level 3, and this kind of very last page about it, I think is what you were going for, Rita, on page 41. No, you're fine. That just to kind of wrap up this concept, right, that editing, like writing, right, these two big things, we go back to our original map of that writing and editing, they take years to master, right? I still feel like I am still mastering these concepts, right? Still wrapping my head around them. As soon as you go to teach someone, you realize how much you don't have mastered, right? That tends to paint a pretty clear picture. But it takes years, and it takes a lot of support and a lot of time. And that's why we're here as educators, right? Is to provide the time and the support, right? The space and the structure, so that they can take those years to really develop the skills in writing and editing.
Right. And we're always working, you know, as kids grow, we don't say, oh, well, now you never get to have personal writing that no one edits, right? We say we have all kinds of writing. And what I hope that you've gained from this is a sense not only of all the different kinds of writing, but also the way you can have a path. And that path sometimes is going to jump up for high challenge, and sometimes it's not. And on that path, you're going to have some low challenge things so kids can just work on skills. We can't all be high challenge all day long, right? It would make all of us crazy. And if you ever have a work day like that, you know you're crazy at the end of it, right? We need to have this kind of rest. So we need rest in our writing too, right? We need rest in our editing. And that's what we're really going for. But we also need those things that take us to the next level and advance us on that path.
Yeah.
And it's different for every child.
It is,
right?
but there's a nice kind of in the middle of page 41 there, just a nice reminder when you're doing this, like, wait a minute, am I in high stakes or am I not? I don't know. There's just a nice, again, it is dependent, it changes all the time, but kind of a broad view that high stakes writing is writing with a purpose, right? Writing that has a very clear purpose, such as demonstrating a skill, building knowledge, challenging the student at their highest level, sharing with an audience, fulfilling a requirement, encouraging best effort, or instilling ownership and pride, right? A lot of that really marks what is high stakes writing.
Which is what we all hope for, right? That we will help kids get to that level.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we are ready to move on to our Q&A.
Well, before we do, I want to make a quick comment just about pages 42 and 43. They are the ZPD for level 3. Kind of the example ZPD on page 42, and then there's another blank one on page 43. So
show that slide real fast just to show them the skills. It's just a reminder.
Oops, maybe, there we go. That, you know, when you have time, if your child is
One
at
more
this,
slide.
nope, it's this one. What?
Oh,
You're not in presentation mode from our view.
Oh,
yeah, I'm seeing slide 53 now.
I'm seeing not presentation mode. I think a different screen got shared. Yeah.
okay.
Oh, interesting. Well, not sure what happened.
How about that one?
Yes, there you have it.
There you go.
All right, there it is. Sorry. I have too many screens. Okay, so yeah, it's just a quick reminder, you know, if your child is at this third level or level 3 amount of writing, you know, taking some time to think about what might be happening or what are good things to be happening in each of the 4 different quadrants, and really engaging with that. There's good examples on page 42 that might help you think about it. And there's this kind of broad one again, that's the in general perspective, things to keep in mind, as just kind of the last things.
Right. And remembering to be kind of weaving around these all the time. Okay.
All right.
I would say that we have probably filled your brain to the brim, but we do have some questions, right, Maura?
Yes, sorry. I was answering one last question. And I will pull up the Q&A. Looks like we have about 10 questions in here. We're probably going to try to be zippy if we can, but
We've already answered. Sometimes we answer questions as we go along, so we'll let you know if we think it's already been answered. And sometimes the answers really are a deep dive into a different class. So we will tell you that as well, because just giving you a 3-sentence answer to a big problem leaves everyone feeling more frustrated than helped. So that's why we let you know if there's another class that's more appropriate for that answer.
And that's why we created those classes. So we do go in depth somewhere for you. I'm just going to go top to bottom. Kathleen, I know, had several questions in here. One, she says, if we're just now coming to Rooted in Language and the idea of the LA binder with older kids, sophomore and senior, should we go through previous work and create a binder with work already done? Thank you, Claire. And then continue to add it, or just start where we are? If we start with where we are, would it be something I would do with my senior? So like going back, because they haven't been doing it over time, would you go back and put old things in, or just start where you are?
So I would say that depends. Sometimes I want to go back and get like some grammar things in there, right? Because I know we're going to reference them again. Yes, we learned them already, but we're going to reference them again. The things Claire was showing you about papers, you know, those are ones that you'd be adding as you go along. But some of those conversations you might have already had before, but you feel like, yeah, that's one we need to have in there. But like if I had a spelling rule, you know, if you hear K at the end of a word that has a short vowel sound, you spell it with a CK. I mean, the kids probably have that pattern. They don't need that anymore. That doesn't need to be there. We might have it in our binder we show you, but that doesn't mean you need to put it in there.
And I would say for the kids who've had an LA binder from like grade 1 through whatever, stuff gets recycled out over time as more important things get added that are more appropriate to where they are now, and things that are now automatic, if those pages are falling out or whatever, sometimes get taken out over time. So it doesn't end up looking always like everything you've ever learned from day one by the time you're in high school, et cetera.
Yeah,
so,
I have a student right now. We have a big month-long project, and the project is she's going through everything in her binder, and if she can kind of say what it is and what the learning is and the pattern she sees, and she knows what's going on, she feels comfortable with it, it's gone. It's not coming into our new binder, right? If she's like, yeah, I feel like I'm not really sure about that, we review it and it goes in the binder. And that's been our rule about it pretty much at this point. So I would pretty much start with where you think they are and go back and add things as you see.
Yeah, if you take the LA binder class, you can kind of get a sense of maybe what are some things I want to add, what are some things I don't need to.
There is a difference too, just real quick, between like a binder that we're talking about in general with concepts and things versus sort of a portfolio of finished work. And I will keep those with students or have students keep their work depending on what it is. If it's these, you know, kind of high stakes stuff that's done, I do like having them keep it somewhere, right, as a reference. So that's a slightly different thing.
Yeah,
we don't have to go
that's
into.
more of a portfolio, but yes, I agree with that. It's nice when they're portfolio.
All right,
Next
I'm gonna go to the next one. Oh, did I just do that or did you? Okay. What happens when you have a student in high school who does have several classes or boxes to check and needs extra support? My goal is progress for each of my students, not just checking boxes, but we are also accountable for checking the boxes.
Yeah.
I get overwhelmed, and then the kids are overwhelmed.
Yes, we see that often with our kids who are in traditional school. They're being moved along. So, for example, think of that example of that boy who had to do the metacognitive strategies of where he was going with that paper. I never saw that paper again. Was it perfectly edited? No. Could we have learned so much more off of it had we been able to spend a month on that paper instead of an hour? Yes. But that's the way it was. And we got something really valuable over the little bit we did on that task. And that's pretty much the way I roll. Like, what are my goals? How can I meet those goals in this task? I am not going to be able to make this perfect for you. You need to just turn it in.
When you have the luxury of setting a timetable yourself, you can make sure that you both go deep and check all those boxes, right? But when you don't, when the timetable is set by a school or, you know, a person, someone else running a class or what have you, you want to really try to, okay, where is one place I can help this student go deep, and we can get a lot of learning out of that bit that is achievable in the amount of time that we have. And I can't necessarily you know, hold them accountable for every piece of this being perfect. And you may also have to let yourself let go of some of the grade stuff there too, right? Like, we were really able to get this one paragraph and get a lot of work out of this paragraph because I was having you really do a lot of it. But the only way to have had the whole paper look perfect would have been for me, the educator, to do way too much for you. And that's not what we want.
But you do have to advocate for the struggling learner. They should not be having to turn in the same amount as other kids, or doing it in the same timetable, or being graded as severely as other kids are. You know, there are accommodations that should be available for kids, and sometimes you have to fight for those.
And that being said, sometimes I do help just clean up some of the other parts of a paper with a student because, you know, we were only able to do so much of it together, and, you know, the rest of it needs edited, and I couldn't have you do that editing, and so I helped you edit some of those things for time's sake. But we know that you really got your bang for your buck out of this paragraph or these two paragraphs or whatever. Sometimes that'll happen. Okay, what do you do when you have a teen who does not want to get into the metacognitive thinking, who gets upset by it or feels condescended to? My other teen student does not feel this way, so I don't think it's the way I am speaking. Oh, the condescending part, right?
Right. Claire, you have a comment? You're making a face.
I don't know. You have to be sneaky. That sometimes, just like everything we've been talking about, it has to happen in bits, and it has to happen in a way that can build trust for that conversation. I definitely, when I start talking about, you know, concepts or metaphors or things like that, and my students are unfamiliar with it, or we don't have, you know, this long-standing relationship or this kind of history of doing this kind of thing, there can be a lot of I'm not okay with this kind of conversation. And I do know that I have approached it in just little chunks, right? That the occasional time we talk about it until you can start to layer it in more. That it's not now we're engaging in a metacognitive conversation, come sit with me, right? It's not that kind of thing, because that is can be very intimidating.
Yeah. I think the idea here being one metacognitive piece, you know, like the example I gave of the student where we went back through and we looked at what every sentence was doing in that paper. Maybe you wouldn't do that whole thing. Maybe it would be you know, can you find all the places where, you know, you were really explaining why a quote connected to your thesis, you know, and that's one thing he had to do. And then you let that be it. You know, you don't always have to tackle every metacognitive possibility for whatever assignment you're doing.
Right. Sometimes I will have kids just write in the margins, what was your point?
Yeah.
And did you meet it? Right. Sometimes I will have kids say, okay, so define in writing, you can do this independently, define in writing what would be A-level work for you. And so what's your goal here for this? And then, hey, here was your definition of A-level work. Do you think you did it? You know, that kind of thing. you know, give yourself a grade can be a way of, I know we're not like super into grading or anything, but it can be a way of having kids really think about like, how much did I bring myself to the task? Like it could be that that's the level you need to start at. And then you kind of get to, well, what does bringing an A game look like, right?
I have one more suggestion. Sometimes right at the end of a session, I'll have students right before we go, pull out a Post-it and tell me, what is one of the reasons I had you do blah, blah, blah today? You know what I mean? Like, why did I have you say while you write? They have to write down what was the purpose behind some of the stuff that we do. That helps them build ownership. And it's just like this little quick thing. And then they read it to me and I don't really judge it too much. I'm like, cool, that's right. That's one of the reasons we do that. And I might add a comment to it. And that's just like little metacognitive stuff I have them do here and there to be like, okay, I'm not just here forcing you to like, you know, be annoyed all the time. There's like reasons behind what we do. I want you thinking about that. I want you thinking about the purpose. And so those little bits here and there can be good ways to.
One more thought is start the metacognitive conversations in a subject that he thinks more of. Like some kids like to be metacognitive about math. Like, why did you do this process? You might be in high school, you might be in higher level math. Like, why did you do this process and why, you know, where did it like go wrong or whatever? Or in science, you know, re-explain this process. So the way of thinking is, you can begin to say, so the way of thinking is, instead of metacognitive, if you don't like that word, okay, you know, whatever. You can tell I've been a parent of a teen. Yeah. Okay, we won't use that word, you know, but, you know, it could be you can start in a different subject area.
Yeah, I'm not often bringing up the term metacognitive. I do sometimes, but not often. This person was wondering about revisiting the ZPT as a ZPD, sorry, as applied to the process that Sam went through with his like American Revolutionary thing.
Yeah, I feel like I did that already. It's in the video. I kind of went back through that. She probably wrote it before I did it, so I think we can move on from that one.
How do we get all the genres of writing in a year? Oh yeah, I remember this question. For a 10 or 11-year-old child due to standards. This is for a typical learner, but we've stayed in low challenge, low competency for a while. So they have standards requiring them to try to achieve all of those genres that you showed on that one chart.
So one thing is you need to get to middle stakes. You need to get more middle stakes work in. And, you know, the state may say he has to write a whole paper, but you may know that writing a paragraph or filling out a chart with bits and pieces of writing would be a good way to meet that goal. And then maybe he could verbally narrate from that. And so you would have that to turn into the state, but you know what you got out of it was this middle stakes writing. Because
modifications out the wazoo for a struggling learner will be really necessary to fit all that in 1 year.
Right.
I also think that doing some mapping of the year, like from your own perspective, I've done this with students where it's like, we're just going to write out the month. And I, from my own perspective, I'm going to go, okay, in January, we're going to do something with persuasive stuff. And then in February, we are going to do something with creative writing. And March, we're going to do something with, you know, whatever.
Let those weave in and out of the stakes, right? The something you do with a narrative could be like really informal and didn't get turned into anything big versus maybe the report got turned into something larger, right?
Yeah. You know, if it has to be technical how to, make that like at the holiday, if that would be easy for your kid. You know, you kind of think of that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's true. It goes actually with the next question that I just saw. Sorry.
Yeah. What would be a better time frame? That one? Of exploring the genres if we didn't have to worry about standards.
I think that kind of goes together, right? That it's, you can pick whatever the writing or sort of understanding speed is of your student. If doing that over a month feels reasonable, then do it over a month. If you're, you know, they really don't understand persuasive papers, maybe, or persuasive things, then maybe you'd spend 2 months, you know, teaching that concept, right? I think.
Yeah.
I think
if you want to be able to go, oh, sorry, Claire, go ahead. I was just going to say, if you want to be able to go deep on things, you know, it sort of depends on your perspective. If you like really digging deep and spending a lot of time in each area, which is always really beneficial for students, unless they're starting to get burnt out on it. So you got to be careful about that. But about half of those in a year would be great, you know. But if you're doing a lot of kind of quickie, sort of low to middle stake stuff, you could get some writing in each of those categories within 1 year and have that be totally appropriate.
So let me tell you about my student too, who's going to be a junior in a top high school in this area. His junior year English 1 will consist of 3 short novels, and it will consist of 1 major paper. How do you think those teachers are hitting all those standards? They're not writing papers for every single one. They're having T-charts for argument. They're having them stand up and give their persuasive whatever, right? They're doing a PowerPoint project where there was some writing. So
for the whole year, three short novels in one
for a semester.
Oh,
But we're talking, you know, what is typical for 11th grade. So you know those teachers are not hitting all those standards all year long in these big papers.
Yeah.
They're using all kinds of types of writing to do it, and not all of it's papers.
Yeah.
So you can do that too.
Yeah.
And it's okay. It's actually good for them, and they like it better, right? So it's okay.
Yeah, they're not going to come knocking at your door.
I have no idea if they will or not. I'm just telling you.
Won't.
I want to see what the same grade level's really doing at your school, because you know there's only so much time.
So these are students who are working with so these are students who you are working with in person in private practice. Is there a level of support available remotely? Does that happen with one-on-one support calls, or is that different? I just said to put this in the Q&A so that we could address sort of how RIL and Rita Spasco and Associates is set up.
Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, sure. Basically, we each have our own little caseload, and we go through periods of maybe taking on new students and maybe not. Most of us aren't at this moment. And so in terms of private coaching, your option would be to go through Rooted in Language, which is our more online business with these classes where we really try to educate you, the parent, to equip you as much as possible. And if you still need more one-on-one support, even after having taken a class on a subject area, that's what the individual parent coaching classes or sessions are all about. And those are also listed on the Rooted in Language website under classes. I think it's one of the last things listed. It's a Rooted in Language class, but it would be a session with myself or with Rita that's an hour long. You tell us about your current struggles and the things you've done, what you've taken, what you haven't, where you feel stuck, and we help get you unstuck for a little bit. And you can do a couple of those throughout your year to kind of help keep you going along if you need, but it wouldn't be like weekly therapy work. Yeah, but they are the best option for you through us in terms of.
And then I had also mentioned Roots Entwine if you need to get some of those foundational skills. If you've done a lot of the classes and Roots Entwine, then let us know if you think might be more appropriate for Deeper Roots. That's kind of a really small group type work.
Level 3, highlighting strong area and weak areas in writing.
Can I say one thing more? I need to leave, so I probably could answer one more question. So is there one more question you really want me to address? Otherwise, I will leave it to you, very competent women.
Okay. Maybe the last one, maybe the first one. The last one?
Maybe the last one.
Okay.
It says, how much time do you suggest spending in each ZPD quadrant each week? 10-year-old typical gifted learner who also struggles with getting words handwritten on paper. A struggle I realize after this session might be a struggle I realize after this session might be connected to potholes in his spelling skills. His reading and comprehension are miles ahead of his physical writing skills.
So I think this is one of those things where we need to build up his competence and his confidence. And as he builds up more, he writes more throughout the day. So I would like kids writing a lot every day and all week long, right? But if kids are really struggling with writing, then I probably want a little writing every morning and a little writing afternoon, and I want some real heavy work on figuring out what are the foundational skills that we need to strengthen. So I never want to skip copy work, and I don't want to skip dictation. And if he can do some original writing, I don't want to skip it. If I can periodically once a week make that low stakes writing a little more middle stakes, I might, but he might not be there yet. If it could be that the middle stakes needs to be a month-long project, and he works on toward that here and there. But if we're trying to fill potholes, we need a lot of that foundational work that builds skills and builds fluency.
Yeah.
And then working in the original writing in this either low stake or moving into middle stake. Remember, there was no level where we didn't try for some middle stake, right? Because if we stayed too low competency for kids too much, they just kind of either get a learned helplessness, or they get bored, or they just think they're incapable, you know, right? We don't want to communicate any of those things. So it's not so much how long, but that I want some, you know. So
Yeah,
how long, you know.
I would add too, ZPD chart aside, because I think things can get a little muddied there. When I see something like there's a lot of potholes that make it so that there's a lot of struggle with just getting words handwritten on paper, I think Roots Entwined, you really need to make sure you're doing what we would call a very intentional ongoing copy work process.
Mm-hmm.
And if you haven't taken Roots Entwined, the only place to know how to do that is that class. And then if you haven't taken some of those foundational skill building classes that really build into those potholes, specifically the phonics and spelling class that's coming in September, and we have them throughout the year. Several of those ones are going to be huge for filling potholes. So like getting some of that foundation work going consistently will be big for that.
Maura, you saying that reminds me, you don't have to come out of the gate being perfect on all these things, right? If you really need to spend time in phonics and spelling, then it's okay if you spend 6 months just acclimating everybody and figuring out those goals and doing that. He's not going to suffer from it. He's going to benefit from it, right? So don't feel like, okay, wait, I've got to hit every mark every week. You'll make yourself crazy. You like get good at something, and then you'll feel like you can add in that next thing, you know? So, and that's true what we tell people in Roots Entwined. Like, we're always trying to get them to get the sense of how they weave things in, but a lot of them will just stay with phonics and spelling for a while because they just feel like they just need time to kind of absorb all that information and work on that with their kids. And it's okay. That's okay. It's good for them.
To the idea we were talking about earlier of this kind of picking one thing, right? That it's, I'm comfortable with this, so I'm going to do it until it becomes automatic for me almost, right?
Yes, right.
And then I'm going to pick the next thing until that's comfortable enough that I'm okay with these two things together, right? And sometimes picking one thing is a concept, sometimes it's one individual thing, and sometimes you stay with that for a long time, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Remember, we would use little foundational things just to write an original sentence once in a while, or a few original sentences really might be kind of a good goal for him, even though conceptually he's way up here, but he's trying to match his writing to what he can do conceptually, and that's a big gap still. So
I would say in general, the reason you don't see a lot of like schedules and calendars and like this much time doing this and this much time doing this and all that from us is because we want you to know that regardless of what the focus is for a class, our philosophy really is, we're not really going to be, timekeepers on how often or how long you're doing, these various things, especially not per day, per week. We tend to think bigger, more in terms of kind of where your month may be focusing, because we know we can't, as educators, really can't sustain that, not in reality, right?
one writer For one
Right.
writer, 5 minutes could be just more than they can tolerate. And for another writer, 5 minutes would be like, I barely picked up my pencil. I mean,
Yeah.
so giving time just is not individualized. And
Yeah, and sometimes you really do have to spend a whole semester focusing on a certain area of language arts because those skills just aren't there, right? And that's okay.
I am going to sign off and let you guys finish the questions. Thank you. And it's been a great class, everyone.
Bye, Rita. Bye, Rita.
Bye. I am going to
Is it
leave
okay?
you
Yeah.
and I'll make you host, okay?
Okay.